All right, so we are back in open session, and I'm going to report out on the actions taken in closed session. In the matter of expulsion 2019-20, with regards to student number 104597, the board has voted with 5 ayes, 0 nays to approve the re-entry into the Hollister School District to begin in August of the 2021 school year. In another matter of expulsion 01-2019-20, with regards to student 12833, the board has voted with 5 ayes and 0 nays to approve the re-entry into the Hollister School District to begin in August of the 2021 school year. No further actions were taken. Jan, would you like to lead us in the flag salute?
Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jan. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
You make any amendments, they have to be done now.
Now,
Yeah.
okay, I don't have any.
Carla? None?
None?
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, so is there any discussion? Going once, going twice, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Community and staff recognition, Diego.
This evening, I would like to share with the members of the board and with those members of the public that are watching on YouTube some recognitions that are very well deserved, that span across all of our campuses and here at our district office. And it is those individuals who provide secretarial support services. They're members of our Classified School Employees Association. These are absolutely wonderful people who have been a lifeline to our students and to our families during this very difficult time. And what I asked is for some of the principals and directors to send me some words of encouragement about their particular staff, so I want to read those to you tonight. From Ladd Lane principal Janine Ostoya, she writes, "The Ladd Lane office staff has been instrumental during the COVID-19 pandemic. They have been there supporting administration, staff, students, and parents as we have navigated this new uncharted territory. They have worked tirelessly to reach out to all 700 plus students to make sure that needs are met. And they are the glue holding our school together." At the same time, we received a message from Principal Joe Rivas with Sunny Slope School, and he wrote, "It is without a doubt that our school community continued to thrive thanks in large part to our office staff. Our staff did not skip a beat and stayed open every single day to help families. Whether it was getting a question answered, getting a Chromebook in their hands, or giving them life advice through this pandemic. Thank you, Christy, Julie, and team." Lilia Espinoza from R.O. Hardin, those Huskies, says, "R.O. Hardin's office staff has been instrumental in our continued outreach to families and students in the last couple of months. Their ability to assist students with gaining access to their online lessons, parents with internet access, and teachers with support to communicate to families has been key in our process. They have helped to reach out of their normal to learn new things to help students. And it was an automatic shift for the team with no question or complaint for the work they are now doing. We are grateful for their role in our school." Kip Ward, who was here with us just a little while ago, he's our Director of Student Services, writes, "Letty Garcia and Adelina Bustamante demonstrate their dedication to supporting the students of all Hollister schools during this pandemic. They are second to none. They work tirelessly behind the scenes, answering questions, helping families fill out paperwork, delivering important information door to door, connecting families in need with vital services, and ordering key supplies in preparation for 2021. They are shining examples of what public service is meant to be, and our families and students are lucky to have them every day. Our new principal at Sarah Vista, Ms. Myers, wanted to give a shout out to her staff, and specifically saying the secretarial staff has been instrumental in their continuation of services during the school closure. Tracy and Cheryl's ability to adapt and proactively support during these uncertain times has helped all of us maintain a high standard of service to students and parents. Just a couple more. Our Director of Ed Services writes, Annabelle Alvarez is a super force when it comes to ensuring that all students and schools are provided with what they need to learn. She works with multiple agencies in response to families, support staff across the district. She single-handedly managed and ensured the packet process for the last 6 weeks of school. We have the Mays admin staff, Chris and Esther, have continued to greet our school community with a positive attitude, have reached out to families regarding meals, Chromebooks, promotion, PE clothes, distance learning, technology concerns, packets, and much more. They have maintained a strong work ethic throughout this difficult time. The Mays admin team would not know what to do without Chris and Esther. And last but not least,
That hasn't changed.
and last but not least, Monique Ruiz, principal at Gavilan Hills HDLA, writes, our office team is the heart of both of our schools. Yolanda Rios, Jackie Biseglia, and Jean Hinkle all keep families and staff afloat in the many needs of our large two-school community. They are efficient, they care deeply about children, they make the hard work seem fun with grace and a smile. We would not be the same without them, and we are fortunate to count them among our biggest assets at Gavilan Hills HDLA. So with that, a big thank you to all of our and that's my report.
That's great, thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
Not that I'm aware of.
We don't have a call come in, so, you know, if and when the call comes in, we'll assign it to whatever agenda item as we move through the rest of the meeting.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion on the consent item, right? Are we there?
We approved the agenda already. Oh, that's right.
But we have to,
Yeah,
unless
Go
I've
for
done
it.
something wrong.
yep.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we approve the consent items 11A through C.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I thought I was doing that right.
Yep.
All right, folks, page 27, tonight's report on the school reopening plan. And I will take it away here. You all have a PowerPoint that is being presented to you, provided to you, and it is a current summary of what our draft plan is for the district. I'd like to take you through those components. So the first is the plan development itself. Starting on May 1st and through June 5th, the district created the school reopening task force and held 2 initial meetings. We have another meeting this Friday as well as next Friday, which will take us up to, once we're through the process, 5 full meetings with our task force. On June 8th and tonight, June 9th, we are holding a YouTube town hall, and tonight we're having our special board meeting, which is also available to view on YouTube Live. On June 12th and June 19th, the district is holding 2 additional school reopening task force meetings with the draft reopening plan shared subsequently. And then on June 22nd and June 23rd, the district will hold online parent town hall, as well as our, it should say regular, so I apologize for that error, but our regular school board meeting on June 23rd. What didn't make it into that slide, but is taking place, the district has 2 migrant PAC and district English Language Advisory Committee meetings. The first is this Friday It is a group of approximately 20 stakeholders that are almost all Spanish speaking. And we have the same group meet again next Friday. In addition to that, next Monday and the following Monday, our school district has a parent advisory committee meeting that's comprised of representatives from each of the schools' school site councils. So we've got multiple layers of feedback happening. The first is, of course, the task force itself. The task force is comprised of members of CSEA, members of HESTA, members of administration, many of whom are residents and parents of our own students. In addition to that, the online YouTube town hall meeting that we held last night had over 500 live participants. I answered over 100 questions,
I don't know how you
either
did that.
via text or call in. So it was a lot. In addition, by opening up these meetings starting this Friday and next Friday for the migrant and the PAC participants and representatives, we're ensuring that all of our Spanish-speaking parents have a voice at the table. And then by having school site council representatives meet next Monday and the following Monday, we open it up so that every school has an equal voice and equal opportunity to participate and engage with us as we move forward in our school reopening plan.
So the school site councils are the 15th and the 22nd?
The school site councils are the 15th and the 22nd as well.
Do you know what time?
Yep, they're evening meetings, and I'll send out the calendar. I'll actually
Okay.
post it on the district's
And are
webpage.
they gonna be?
Those are not public meetings, so
Okay.
those meetings are specifically for attendees who are representatives of the school site council.
Makes sense.
Are they in person or going to be virtual?
Almost everything will be virtual,
Oh,
for a lot of reasons. One is on the school site council representation. Each school has somewhere between 2 and 5 parents on their school site
Sure.
council, so that could be as many as 40 people, and I just wouldn't be able to accommodate them here.
I think having the migrant meetings is good, but I would like to offer a suggestion because I did watch and participated yesterday in the town hall. And I did notice that there was some people who were asking in Espanol.
Yeah.
I think I understand kind of like the rationale, but I'm wondering if we could think about we're one community and how we are able to, I mean, and then I was thinking, well, how would he do that? Like, you know, it would be the logistical, but
The
I,
translation part.
but I
We
don't
would
know
hold-
if we can,
We'd hold a second meeting.
okay.
The way to do it is you
Okay.
hold an English town hall
And then
and
a
a
Spanish,
Spanish.
perfect,
town hall.
because
We
not all
could.
not all Spanish speaking are migrant.
Correct.
right.
So I think we didn't catch,
No, we agree.
Yeah,
with
that's, I mean, that's a
Yeah.
common
Miss-
misconception.
Yeah.
yeah,
We used to think ELD were migrant,
but that's,
and
Yeah.
that's not the case.
And-
Not all ELD learners are migrant.
and not all ELD, I mean, there's, yeah, so if we could just do another,
Of course.
thank you.
So-
And part of our, and the idea again is to do it in a way that is promoted and accessible to
Right,
anybody
right,
who
yeah.
can do that wants.
And how many emails did you get last time?
Between opening and promoting the COVID concerns email, 382 emails just between that time and the start of the meeting. And so what we've done in between then and now is we've created a long chart with all the questions, because many of the questions, as you can imagine, overlap and are kind of stated in a way that's very similar.
Right.
And so what we're going to do is every single person that emailed COVID concerns will receive an email that has the answers to every question.
Oh, that's
So
perfect.
but it takes a little bit of time because
Oh,
if Mr. Bernosky submitted an email and wrote, my child McKenna, such and such, then I don't really wanna share that information with the whole community, so we'll change it to, what if my female student, or, you know, if that has something to do with the question, or what if my son, who's a 5th grader, as opposed to my son Diego in 5th grade at such and such school. So it does take a little bit of time for us to move it into a clear way, get answers to it, and then we believe by the middle of the day on Friday, every parent will have that email to them in a couple.
Diego, I just have to say, I listened yesterday, or watched it, And you are the only, as far as I know, public official, administrator, not elected, that has been willing to put yourself out there wherever you were here and have dialogue back with answering questions. I don't think you made any promises that you couldn't keep, number one, and you answered every single question. I'm trying very hard to get that dialogue from everybody in the county, not the elected, but the people like you that are in the know that have to make it happen. And that was just a model. I'm gonna have comments about the document you put out too, which, as you know, I think is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't get any better than what you did yesterday in terms of, we've got 6,000 families or more, and they just want to know.
Yeah.
And,
We kept in the
you
dark.
know, if every other school district and every other entity did it, I think we get a lot more
But I think,
happiness from the
yeah,
public.
the frustration though is real, and it was evident last night, and I think part of the frustration is that, and I think I can speak for all of us are frustrated about the pandemic, and because we can't fix it. You know, it's something there, we can't do anything about it, none of us can. And, you know, 20,000 Americans are diagnosed with the virus every day.
Not every day.
Yeah, that's what's coming out, because it's peaked up again, because we're open the beaches and, yeah. I'm just like, oh my
Can I
God.
make a comment here, not to change the subject too much, but I'm concerned right now, exactly, this is a beautiful outline, everything you've done so far is great. In terms of the board though, it looks to me like we have 2 board meetings between now and the opening of school. Which board meeting is it going to be? The one on the 23rd or the
Yes.
one in July?
The one on the
Where we-
23rd.
So we will actually approve our plan on June 23rd.
My recommendation to the board
Is
is
to
that you
approve it.
approve it on the 23rd. The board has it's your purview to decide. Let me give you the reason why June approval is so favored.
Well, I think I know part of it. You can't wait till the July board meeting.
Makes sense.
Because you wouldn't have time to get the
Right.
schools
That
open.
makes sense.
You know,
Collective bargaining.
you see, that's why I was just,
Yeah.
that's why I brought it up.
Right,
Collective bargaining has to take place.
Yeah,
It takes time,
exactly.
and it takes time.
Okay.
And staffing has to take place,
Yeah.
and staffing takes a lot of time, so what I think Mr. Bernowski pointed out, and what Jan both pointed out is, it would be great if we had a lot of voices who are in the sphere of, this decision-making sphere, be able to go out. Our state superintendent did not release guidance until yesterday.
Yeah.
This hit March 13th.
mm-hmm,
It has been an eternity. So we're waiting and waiting and waiting, and when that happens, you start coming up against a timeline where if we had waited another week for his guidance to come out, then continue the process,
we'd be so
we
done,
would be so close to the timeline of when the board needs to make a decision.
yeah.
Parents would feel that we kept them in the dark. Parents would feel even more acutely that their opinions were not consulted. And here's the other thing, this is a draft plan.
Mhm.
Changes in the public health landscape could make this plan be less restrictive or more restrictive, depending on what the public health guidelines are. I do wanna point out, in addition, part of the plan, whatever version of a plan we adopt, there's a process to create specific plans for each school. There's a process to continue to hold online YouTube meetings, to continue to take the questions, to continue to give parents an avenue to voice their concerns. It's been really great to get all those emails, they're excellent questions.
Mhm.
So it's part of the decision-making process for us to accept all those questions has been really, really great. And then twice through the process, evaluate any new guidance. There could be new guidance in August, and then we would come back and quickly adjust. This board has the ability to call a special meeting at any time.
This is a general plan, is what you're saying. This is, and it's very adaptable as we go. I think that's one of the best parts about the plan. It's very adaptable because it has to be. We don't have any for sure's here. And it is an extremely adaptable plan. You can go any direction you wanna go with it.
I have my hand up, guys.
Sorry, I'll be next.
Sorry. I've been waiting. I think obviously because of your timeline, the Spanish-speaking town hall may have to wait till this one that you're doing in July, August? Just, unless you could plug it in.
Oh, we can plug it in sooner, because
Okay.
we don't have a town hall next week
Okay.
for, an English speaking town hall, so we could actually hold the one we just held, we could kind of front load it with a lot of those answers in Spanish.
Yeah.
And, with 1 week's time, get
Right.
messages out to all of our Spanish-speaking families and hold the same event next Monday night, or next Tuesday night, because
And
we have that week in between.
And I just wanted to comment, echo what trustee Bernowski was saying about the way you guys handled it and how calm both you and Daniel were in answering the questions. And so thank you for doing that, because this is everybody, you see all the comments and you took them one by one and they're like, he's not answering, and you're like, here's the next one. And so I think, you guys handled that well. And I'm wondering, are you guys gonna be able to, should we just look on YouTube and look at the feedback, or is there a way to get broad issues, everybody's worried about X, and that way we can, when we decide, make an informed decision. I did see 2 parents gave some really good suggestions that I was like, oh, there's some that you talked about, as far as having classroom time where the child is at home. So I thought that was really good thinking. And I think that was it for now.
And thank you for saying that about Mr. Romero and all the staff that was there, because it was very tense, because the number of people online interacting. So we had 4 employees behind the camera, basically writing notes on those stickies that they kept giving to me, because the text comments were coming in so fast, and we had to quickly get more people in the room. Yeah, and then, they had to kind of give us reminders, like, look at the camera, A couple of times, Mr. Romero and I spoke at the same time, so
Yeah.
we're coming up with a process for our next one where he'll be off to the side, so you won't hear him as well, and maybe I'll have a mic.
He was so calm though,
He
you
was
guys
great.
watched him, he was
was
like,
great.
yes, can I
I
help
was
you?
next to them.
Oh, you were?
I
Oh.
came because I just wanted to give be there as a friendly presence, and they were awesome. And everybody was working to help everybody else. And Brandon, boy, he was something else too. He was able to manipulate everything that it went so smoothly.
And they've been doing this for 3 months. The special ed department held meetings like that online, live, like that, since March. But, they have 50
Much,
people.
right.
Yeah, they have 50, 60, 100.
Well, we had like 424 or.
Yeah, and then it'll tell you, how many people logged in and went off, so it was, in excess of 500 actually viewed it at the time, and now, the number keeps going up.
To me, I think it's, like you're saying, for us to approve it, because part of the conversation that goes hand in hand, like you said, is the negotiations part of labor bargaining, the cause and effects, because as we all know, at the same time, we're doing cuts. So you have to negotiate those effects, and there's so much happening at the same time, but one is related to the other, in that sense, and the future, because what classified generally do is something that's gonna morph into something different, because of just necessity. It may not be, and that's why it's so important. And, I reiterate what Rob said, for you to do what you're doing, nobody even would ever attempt it because it's hard and nobody wants the backlash. Nobody wants to take the time to listen, but you do. And that is so important because for people to feel like they're heard and they matter to us, you need to.
In the long
Needs
run,
to
it's gonna
happen.
pay off.
But exactly,
Gonna
it
pay off.
does, because those people, you've earned everything through sweat and tears trying to get through this. But that's gonna make this district what I can just imagine it's gonna be, you know, in the future years. You're building it now and you're establishing that trust and rapport with everyone in the community, not just us and not just the staff, but with everyone. And that's not easy to do.
I don't remember any superintendent ever doing anything
No.
remotely close to
No.
what you've done.
No, because
Over
it's
the
too,
last, I've ever,
nobody wants to
do
be
that.
told what to do.
No.
He wants to do, you know, most superintendents want to do the telling. They want to be the dictator and say, this is how we're gonna roll, and this is what we're doing, period. And they don't care about what the teachers want, what the classified want, what the community wants. This is how we're going about it. And in this day and age, right now with all of this, how are you gonna give those people the peace of mind they deserve to have? We're a public entity. We are here to serve, not to be served. So as that, we have to be able to do these things to truly serve our community the way we're intended to.
If we, let's say we get a dispensation for, shortening up the, social distancing, and we can bring the kids back 5 days a week, how are we gonna clean? Would we have to cut the day short so that the janitors have longer time to do or are we going to make it only 4 days a week, cause we still have to clean, how would we maintain? That would be something we would have to work out.
And that's part of the negotiations that has to happen.
So,
I was just thinking, how, if we were able to get, you know, where we could get our kids in, but we still have that onus of the deep cleaning.
what I think is interesting about the way the public interprets this plan is, we all live in this town, so let's just talk about an example of wanting to go to a restaurant right now.
Right.
If you want to go to a restaurant right now, the restrictions that you'll face in doing so are a long list of things. I mean, we have folks eating outdoors, right, in order to create more space. So there's a lot of distancing happening, there's a lot of precautions taken. So we have to think about that and say, okay, now let's kind of look at how we would open a school. If we're gonna open a school and we want every classroom to have 6 feet of space in between students, we cannot have classrooms of 28 kids or more. We can't have classes of 24 or more, 20 or more. The number that fit according to a 6-foot distance is 16. Now, the design of our schools, if it were to change and come down somewhere closer to 5 feet, then we could have classrooms of 24 students in almost every grade level at almost every school. But here's the thing. When you choose to divide the class, 12 kids on Monday and Tuesday and 12 separate kids on Thursday and Friday, the idea behind doing that is to make sure that there isn't a cross-contamination.
Right.
So you have to have time in between to clean and sanitize the room. The other reason to have that Wednesday that's non-school based is that when the teacher is with students in group A, students in group B are home not receiving instruction. So they need a day in between to be able to monitor work completion, send out assignments, connect with students, do their lesson planning, do their grading, do all of the things that they would normally do in that preparation time that they would have during the regular school day. So the idea behind rotational attendance is all based on that 6-foot social distance. But if it were to come down, as you said, if it were to come down to 5 feet,
Or 4 feet, yes.
4 feet, if that were to happen, then we wouldn't necessarily have to close school for a day, because that cohort of 24 kids is around each other the whole time. So there wouldn't need to be a day where you would deep clean that classroom at the end of any particular day, because those students are already in contact with one another. We would keep the other limitations intact, which is don't allow the students from Mr. Bernosky's class to go into Mrs. Martinez's class, and don't allow Mrs. Martinez students to go into Mr. Ochoa's class. Because when you start to do that, the contact tracing side of it
It's
is
really hard.
very,
So,
it spreads like, it spreads.
does that mean teachers are moving rooms but not children?
That's in our plan, what's
It's
in our
easier.
current plan for our two
For the middle
schools.
schools.
For our two middle schools, what's in our current plan is that most classes, that would take place. There are exceptions like BAM, that we have to make an exception for that class. So for a class like that, we have to sanitize the classroom and give it 10 minutes for the solution to dry in order for it to be safe for the next group of kids. But there's a couple of things the teacher can do, you know, because they have some outdoor space they can work. That class kind of works a little bit with outdoor space, so we have some ideas on how to implement that class.
So, I got clarification today, and heard some things that I'm not sure we're true or not, but, what came down from the state are guidelines, are they law? Because here's my question, if you had enough parents and enough teachers that said, no, we want our kids to go to a normal school, or normal school, have a normal experience in the fall. So, is there any possibility that legally that can occur? Or is it just plain, illegal? Because, again, we don't know what we're dealing with, I'm still gonna maintain that, but what we'll find out here shortly, but with all of these protests going on, especially here in our county, we're gonna find out, wow, is it as contagious right now as we've been led to believe? You know, things like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are we seeing a spike?
yeah, because the county said they're not gonna interfere with us at all today, but that doesn't mean the state.
State could.
The state, to my knowledge, with my recommendation to this board and my guidance to this board is, the state gave guidelines that were absolutely clear in saying, this is not a mandate. You are not required to follow our guidance. There's no one size that fits all. So think about the state of California. I don't know if you folks have gone out there, start driving up to Wairika and Weed and Mount Shasta area, they're gonna have a whole other opinion than downtown Los Angeles, right? Los Angeles Unified School District said, we're not opening unless you give us
More money.
substantially more money. We won't do it. Why? Well, because they have close to 800,000 kids and, 10,000
And we're gonna talk about the
schools.
money part here
Yeah.
ourselves, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but here's the thing, so the question is, you commented that the county said today that they would not interfere or tell us what to do or where to do it. What I would answer back to that is say, when we wanted to hold a drive-through promotion, we received a tremendous amount of attention from officials in this county, requesting maps, requesting explanations with a laundry list of things for us to do, reminders to say, don't do this, don't not do that. So they were highly involved, extremely involved in wanting to know all the details about how this event was gonna go on. So those two things don't match up for me.
You
If
can
you're
watch it on
gonna-
YouTube though, so.
If you're gonna call us a bunch, if you're gonna have a lot of involvement in a drive-through promotion, but
What are you gonna have when the
But
school?
yeah,
you're not gonna
not
have any involvement
in a
in
classroom
reopening
setting,
schools
yeah.
for 5,000 kids.
That's-
Are you saying that's not true, or are you saying that it doesn't make sense, it doesn't match?
It doesn't fit for me.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the meeting, I didn't hear, if that were to be the case, where they would say, in fact, this is completely up to the school district and we will not interfere in any way, then I believe they should tell us that in writing.
Mhm.
I would request that in writing, to say, give me something in writing. I will share with the board the district's very initial draft that plan was shared with public health on May 17th, and we've yet to receive a response.
So I'm confused, you went to a meeting with the county board and you heard them talking about schools?
Oh, yeah, we brought up one of our former board members requested, that we meet on it and stuff because, I have a little bit more experience when we had seen what happened at another school district. And, the county was very involved apparently like they are with ours. And I just want clarification, whose rules are we following? Who are we subject to? And the county was very clear today, not us.
You asked them that?
Oh, yeah.
I agree with Diego, let's have them send us a letter. I mean,
I'll request it.
I'm not going by their verbal commitments.
Direction.
Yeah.
Well, again,
I mean,
guys,
it's not-
just
you
keep
can
in mind,
count
you can watch the meeting, it's on YouTube, just like.
Yeah,
Well,
ours.
then they
A
won't have
public
any
meeting.
problem giving us a letter. If they're that serious about it, just give us a letter.
Would you request that
I
or?
will, at your direction.
I would
I'll
feel a lot
request it.
more comfortable if
Yeah, I
they
think
did.
that's a good idea.
The other thing, as you're going through the components of the plan and you're talking about social distancing, again, 6 feet, it totally changes the geometry inside of a classroom. When you start to bring it down, that's one change. The second thing is, we did give a survey to parents. We had 1,650 responses to that survey. It was in English and
I was
Spanish.
gonna ask about that.
It was in English and Spanish and it spread throughout the district, so we have data on exactly how many at each school responded. School with the most responses had close to 400 responses. The school with the least still had 75 responses, so it's a fair representation of each of our schools. We obviously have a couple of schools that had more responses because they have larger student bodies and they have a higher percentage of families that use email and use Google and that sort of thing. So we are sending printed versions of the
Good.
survey out to other families. But I wanted to share impressions from that survey. So 16% of families said that they are interested in the Hollister Rise program. They don't want their children to come back until the
Vaccine.
health landscape changes, potentially a vaccine. 60% said they supported everybody coming back, 5 days a week, full-time.
What percent was that?
60.
The other one was 16?
The other one was 16. And we did allow parents to indicate support for more than one option, so this won't add up to 100, but 40% supported rotational hybrid attendance. So, in addition to that, we asked, of the following strategies, what do you support in terms of the district's implementation? The number one most supported strategy was hand washing. The number two most supported strategy was intense cleaning. There was still substantial support, 70% supported temperature screening at the beginning of school. 70%.
It's gonna be a lot of work.
60% supported having smaller cohorts of kids in classes. And then the face coverings, only 33% supported face coverings.
But we are doing it.
Much fewer, much
Well,
less.
it's the county.
Well,
But that's-
you brought up all these things in your plan, the temperature screening, the hand washing, you said the smaller group, you are doing.
The question is here is, let's add them all up. Okay, so if my child's in this district, if I send him to school in August, he's gonna have somebody check his temperature every morning. And everybody in his class is gonna have their temperature checked. So that's one way to lessen risk, right off the bat. Now, we know not everybody's symptomatic.
Right.
But there's also research to say asymptomatic
They're not quite as contagious as people
Aren't
have
quite
said.
as
Well,
contagious.
they retracted that. She got herself in trouble. No, it's been retracted.
Well, we'll look at that more, but
Mhm.
But at the same time, 75% of patients are symptomatic.
Fever's bad. I mean, right, we know that.
So that's one. The second is physical distancing, whether it's 6 feet, 5 feet, or 4 feet. That's still a physical distance. The third is a face covering for adults too. So we know that droplets, is one of the main measures, the main ways that COVID is transmitted. This protects me from Liz, who's sitting 6 feet away from me. the distance that any other board member is from me now, it's an extremely low risk because of the likelihood so next, no sharing of materials. Right off the bat, that's a huge reduction in risk. Maintaining children in their own desk, not allowing Diego to sit in Elizabeth's chair and vice versa. That's another reduction. So what this board will need to arrive at over the next 15 days is to think through, when you start to add all of this up, is it worth it to have children home for 3 days a week? Because that causes other losses. Having children who have severe special education needs at home is a major concern. Having struggling readers home for 3 days a week is a major concern. Having 5-year-olds at home for 3 days a week is a major concern.
Any age.
So we have to think about that. Now, the 6 feet social distance, it's obviously the main, right now, it's the main
Sticking point,
sticking point in causing this plan to be
domino,
considered.
yeah.
At the same time, you are going to have numerous employees who will have major concerns and parents who will have major concerns at the idea of allowing everyone to come back
Oh,
on
yeah.
campus.
Right.
Yes.
The question as to whether or not it's really possible to socially distance 1,000 students at HDLA will not be escaped. We are going to, as a board and superintendent, be accountable for one end of the spectrum or the other. The spectrum that says thousands of children are missing out on instruction, or the spectrum that says 1,000 children on a campus can't be socially distanced reasonably.
One of the things that I'm thinking here, that gets to me is the cleaning part.
Yep.
And I also know that, middle schools still have a lot of minutes extra
Yep.
that we work. I'm not sure about elementary.
Yep.
I can't speak to that. But if we cut like a half hour or 30 minutes off the day, would our janitorial staff have enough time if we had the if there were 3 of them? I mean, what do we have to do, what would have to be worked out with our maintenance crews so that maybe more of a cleaning could be done on a regular basis? Because then I would feel that the children, things would be cleaner to me. Because I don't think if we went back to just the way it was, there is no way that those schools could be clean enough. And it's just, 28 years in a school, it's not gonna happen. But if there was a way that, we did something that would allow us to do, maybe it's twice a week that we get out a little, or I don't know, but this is something for the task force to look at. But if we, were able to get the kids 5 days a week, and I think if the parents realized that the kids were gonna get out early twice a week so that we could deep clean,
That would be better.
I, as a grandparent, would feel much better about that, because I don't feel good about just the regular time. I just know from 28 years in the school, I washed my own desks.
Yeah.
I cleaned my sinks.
And I'm glad you brought that up because what I think is ultimately, no matter which plan is adopted, which version of any plan is adopted, all of our employees, principals, secretary, every single employee, we will have to think about how to, in this time, be willing to do this task or this task that is not a normal part of our task.
I know.
That involves collective bargaining, so we're
Right.
already down that road, we're already having those conversations. So what it would mean is, that, if you use a middle school scenario as an example, part of the reason why middle schools are can get as dirty as they can is because
All
we
the
give them
switching.
8 times a day to leave where they are,
Mhm.
walk around, we give them food that they eat outdoors, and they make a huge mess. If we return and children stay in their same classroom for 5 out of 6 classes, then will they be making that mess outdoors? No. They'll eat in their class. They'll toss it in the wastebasket in their class. Our custodial staff can absolutely do deep cleans throughout the day of all of the high-touch surface areas throughout the school. But in order to use the EPA-approved cleaners that kill coronavirus, kids can't be present when you use them.
So we have to leave.
So if you were going to do it, students would need to leave the room for 10 minutes. So somebody could come in and deep clean, it has to dry, which takes about 10 minutes unless we get some kind of a fan that would reduce that time. Then kids can go back in. But if we keep kids together in the same cohort, it isn't necessary to deep clean during the day
That makes
sense.
because children
It's
are
their
using their desk.
That makes sense.
Now, if a teacher sees that one student goes and touches another student's desk, then that's an immediate, go wash your hands, both of you go wash your hands, and the teacher addresses that situation, calls the office for assistance, gets somebody to supervise the class so they can come in and clean off the desk.
It's gonna be
and-
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So going along the same,
But wait, can't a teacher just take a course, right?
that's a
They-
collective bargaining
They
thing.
can't,
I would.
But
I think a
that's-
lot of, and I think we're all aware that could happen, but the other issue is you're not supposed to have students present when you use those. So we are running the risk of having a person say, I'm aware that such and such classroom, my child is at the desk using a Clorox wipe,
Teachers
my
using
child
the
has
Clorox
medical,
wipes in front of them.
my child has severe asthma, so you could just have to be a little bit aware of that concern.
So I'm trying to imagine, because nothing's set in stone,
That's right.
so the cleaning, high-touch areas will happen. Let's say Monday, your student comes to school, this is my desk, I'm good. Somebody comes in Monday after school, cleans everything, Tuesday I'm back. So then why, cause of the amount of kids, I just asked my own question, but when you say the middle school stays in the same class, there are some elementary schools like HDLA where the kids rotate,
That's right.
then that would not happen.
Well, two things can happen. It could be the same as the middle schools where another adult goes to cover while the teacher moves, which is ideal from a public health standpoint.
Mhm.
Or you allow for the switch to happen, but both classrooms have to be sanitized. And
And
10
that-
minutes has to elapse
Why not allow
before they.
just the teacher, I mean, it makes,
I think the teacher needs to move.
it makes more sense.
I've been thinking about this for a week or so at least. I've been thinking about it from the student's psychological point of view. If we come back and have them all come back this way they had left, it's gonna be a lot harder for teachers to start from the beginning
Yeah,
to break it. If we start with the hybrid,
transition.
it'd be a lot easier to train 14 or 15 kids than it would
Right.
25.
Cause they're all gonna come and gonna be like, yeah.
And immediately they're going to see that, hey, this is different than what we had before.
Right.
That's right.
This is a new way of going to school. Now, as the year went on, and once they've been training, it's real easy to go back over to the 24 and have them there all day. But at least to start them out, so they can get used to the procedures, it would be easier I'm speaking as a teacher now.
To handle
'Cause
it
this is
as
a
a
mo-
teacher.
I don't think people realize the monumental
To work
task that
towards
we're asking
the
of the
buildup,
teacher.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's monumental. But speaking for me, if I had to do it, I'd prefer to do it that way in the beginning. It's easier to deal with
Makes sense.
smaller amounts of kids
Of course.
and to train them, because that's really what you're doing, you're
Yeah,
training them.
Right.
Because one of your best tools in classroom management is changing seats. That is the,
You
that
take
is
that
your-
away.
yes, and so, well, we would have to
Do it at the end of the day.
do it at the end of the day, but that is one of the best classroom management ways of handling things.
The other thing, and Steve, thank you for mentioning that, we did receive 6 email responses with that very recommendation saying, okay, I see a plan with a lot of new ways of doing things, so you have to teach children how to do that. I would be more comfortable if the first 2 weeks of school operated in that way, so that kids could learn the strategies and then allow the full return of students, but again, that's always.
Yeah, gradually, as we
sense.
felt it was ready to go. To
But help
see,
the teachers too.
to figure out, okay, we've done this for 2 or 3 weeks, study it, see mistakes or things that went well. And then as we progress, then you can always open up you can do it in October, November. But to start out, I think the kids are gonna need that. They need to know that it's different now. It's not the same. We're not coming back to the same thing.
I do want to touch on our COVID procedures if and when a situation with coronavirus takes place in a particular school. Right now, the current guidance is if a person is suspected to have coronavirus, then they're asking and recommending for 2 symptoms to be present, which would be a fever of 100.4 or more, with either a cough or shortness of breath, or there's a laundry list. There's about 10 different symptoms that a person can have. When that were to happen, then that child would be considered to be presumed to have COVID-19 symptoms. And we would go through a process. If the child were home and the family called in and reported that, then we would let the family know you're falling under our COVID illness guidelines, which means you need to be home for 14 days unless you have improved symptoms, including no fever over 100, without fever-reducing medication. Your symptoms have improved, so it's not necessarily the symptoms completely go away. Some children can keep a cough for 3, 4, 5 weeks, and you have a negative COVID test result. If those measures are met, then we will permit the student.
For the child?
For the child. Now, if that child were in Mrs. Martinez's 3rd grade class, and we had information that, for instance, the child was in school on Monday, went home and felt sick Monday night, then that means the rest of that class and the teacher are also under that same expectation of checking to see that they don't have symptoms, going to a medical doctor to get tested for COVID, and then assuming they test negative, they're able to return to campus so that they fall under, so there's 2 guidelines. One is being presumed to have COVID oneself, or being exposed to somebody. And that's the reason why it's so important not to allow the intermixing of students. That's the reason why we're considering lunch in classrooms and, recess kind of done in such a different way, and multiple entry points with temperature screening, is to try to limit the number of interactions that people are having with kids outside the class.
See, my biggest concern, Diego, is, believe it or not, for you and the principals, the assistant principals. And I'm just sitting here and I'm just going, what would happen? Because this got dumped on you while we're building a new school, and normal operations are continuing, right? And now you got negotiations that you weren't expecting after we thought we were taking care of that. And not that I want to get to the numbers yet, but do we need to consider hiring a chief COVID officer, even if it's on a temporary basis, to manage any response to that, so that you're not brought into everything, and principals who aren't health officers, and again, they're still dealing with the discipline issues and academic issues and stuff like that, that just says, no, I'm in charge of the COVID response, meaning when there's a site. And if there isn't, at least they're going around to the sites and double checking that everybody's being compliant with with whatever the rules are that we wanna establish, cause I think we are gonna have a COVID case, the numbers just say it will. We don't know if it will be a student or a teacher or whatever, and, that's going to, be a time sink for you every time it happens, or you think that it happens. Who's gonna go to the
Right.
hospital and visit with whatever, so.
Don't we still have a health clerk at each school?
And we have
Can't
two,
they be trained to be the COVID person at
For
that
that
school? For that school.
and we have 2 district nurses. So what I've started to set up is a response, exactly what trustee Bernowski talked about. A mechanism for dealing with coronavirus concerns, COVID concerns at HESD.org, in addition to each of the principals will receive training in all of the district's responses to COVID. And if and when a site is in need of support and that principal isn't able to answer a particular question or go through the list of step-by-step how to respond to a coronavirus issue, then that principal is to reach out in the same way to that team, which is Kip Ward, he's the Director of Student Services, our 2 district nurses, Erin Bezetta, and myself. I'm, because we're just getting started, I'm highly involved. I'm in every step. I will not do that as we go forward, because the closer we get to school, my focus will start to turn more on the academic,
Right,
daily instructional supervision
Sure.
of staff. So that group, Erin, Kip, the 2 school nurses will operate in a way to support each other, because some of the COVID concerns are facility concerns, they're not health concerns.
yeah.
But they're kind of facility concerns that end up
Right,
causing a health concern.
right, makes sense.
And then some of the concerns are health concerns that are really facility concerns. So let me give you an example. We expected to arrive where we are today 2 months ago. So as I told the board numerous times in our special meetings, the district is planning to reopen schools. The district is going through a whole process. So I'll give an example of how I connected Mr. Bezetta with Mr. Ward with the 2 school nurses. They have done a step-by-step walkthrough of every single health office in the district to identify modifications to the physical environment of those rooms to ensure social distancing, to ensure that children can receive their medications on campus without coming into contact with a child who's presumed to be COVID, to set up isolation rooms for children who have symptoms after they're already on campus, and to develop protocols. In addition, those 2 administrators, myself, and select custodians have gone to every site in the district to evaluate exactly where we'll put our large signage to remind students about washing hands and social distancing. And then in addition, the facilities department, specifically Abel Aguirre, went through after meeting with myself and Kip and Erin, and he did an analysis of the physical dimensions of every single classroom in this district. So we have a map of every classroom in this district and the actual measurements for each room to ensure that as we're going through this process, we're not gonna recommend something that isn't gonna work in
Right.
in G4 at Gavilan Hills HDLA, or in
BQ.
Maze has the G building that's a little bit kind
Yeah,
of funkier, I think
Right.
it's a 29 by 29 room. Now, will I still be talking about that in August? No, because Erin and Kip are on it. And that's how I see it. I would really hold back on hiring another administrator. I think we want to be prepared for every eventuality, and I think our plan starts to go through a lot of those eventualities. And then ultimately, we wanna work with our bargaining partners, because our custodians and our maintenance staff will play a critical role. In addition to all of our classified staff
Sure,
actually
absolutely.
helping us. So when we talk about lunch coverage, 3 yard duties aren't gonna cut it, folks. Right now, we have schools, Gavilan Hills HDLA has 40 teachers. Divide that every half hour, if we divided it every half hour. Start at 10, you go until 1 o'clock. That's 9, 10, 8, 9, 10 teachers at a time. They only have 3 yard duties, so who's covering the other classes? The teacher needs a duty-free lunch.
Right.
I only have 3 administrators, I'm up to 6, and if anything happens on campus, cross your fingers. So I still need 3 more, where they at? So could we hire 3 more yard duties? Of course, but where am I gonna cut? There isn't some other special yard duty lunch coverage fund. It's all the same,
Right.
it's all coming in, so I think that would be my recommendation to the board, is to go that route. The other thing is our 2 school nurses are outstanding. I meet with them every week, myself and Kip Ward meet with them every week. I had a meeting with them today. 2 weeks ago, we started to evaluate a 70-page report that was published by the California School Nurses Organization. The day that the governors, or the Department of Ed's guidance came out, I met with them that very day. So we're closely connected to following through on that. And ultimately, the message I wanted to give to the board with this presentation tonight and with this conversation is that based on what Trustee Bernowski shared, if the county's approach is to say the decision on how much social distancing is possible is truly up to the school district and that the county won't be involved, my recommendation is to reach out in writing to receive that so we can assure parents that that's the case.
We'll get it from the Department of Health.
That would be my recommendation, is to ask for that
I need to make a motion on
assurance, and
Either
if
that
so,
Either that or the county exec.
so I'll put together so that
that.
we
So
have.
do I need to make a motion on that?
No,
Oh, okay.
just this conversation is plenty, and what will happen is, the results of that will be, because, you know, the feedback,
Mm-hmm.
the 382 emails, the vast majority are pleading for more on-campus instruction. Now,
Well, yeah, they wanna
If
go
I
back
had-
to work.
if I had proposed the draft that said,
And we want our kids to have the
Well,
in-person.
if we had proposed 5 days instead of 2 days, we would have gotten a host of
Right,
other emails,
right.
right?
Yeah.
But we are offering an
The rest.
online option. So that is already, we have 16% of families.
That's 960 students.
Wow.
It could be as high as 1,000 students. Right now, it's 16% of the 1,650, so that'll change, you know, once we hear back from the rest of the families. Having said that, what does that do to our classroom sizes? It brings them
Brings them
down.
down.
Mhm.
So instead of 25 in a kinder, you now have 19.
My overall concern is every minute they're with the teacher has to be, intense on the academics, because if we're at 100 right now, with everything that we're doing, and it's not our fault, and it's not your fault, it's not our fault, it's not the teacher's fault, they're not gonna be at 100 in terms of the instruction, just because they're not with you every day, they're not with the teacher every single day, that many hours. So how do we get the most quality that we can?
Right.
I'd rather go 2 hours a day of getting high quality education that they actually, get to build on, than just have them in school and they're spending so much time on waiting for things to be cleaned and this and that and all this other stuff. With the public's need, the public needs their kids back in school, we haven't figured that one out yet. So we're off the tactics here yet, but at the 100,000 foot level, 60% of the parents went normal. Somehow we have to figure out to become as close to normal as possible, even if it's only 30% normal.
And just in the conversation we've had tonight, started off for a couple of weeks, shortened the day. So there are just a lot of ideas out there, and I know it's hard on the parent side to see a document come out, even when the front page says draft in size 88.
Doesn't matter.
Even though I put in size 88 font.
I didn't see
I
that.
didn't put it in.
I didn't see that. What am I gonna do?
I didn't use size 12.
I didn't see that.
But there's always an assumption that involving parents or involving the public is just lip service, that it's just,
Yeah.
it's just an illusion of involvement, and I don't behave that way, and I don't lead that way. For me, it truly is a draft, and I am never afraid to take a good idea if it isn't my idea.
Mhm.
So that's can make you feel uncomfortable because you're not really sure exactly where it's gonna go. But I prefer that over surprising everybody the day before a board meeting saying, oh, look, the board is gonna adopt this plan and nobody's seen it and nobody's talked about it. And I don't think that's a way that you build community. I think that's a way that you end up creating a lot of resentment. And so I'm aware that we took a lot of feedback, last night's 2.5 hour,
It was
YouTube
very
town hall.
good.
But it was there, like you said, there's a lot of frustration and anger
Oh, yeah.
because of what we're all doing.
Well, we're all frustrated. I mean, everybody is.
Our next steps are, we have meetings with parents this Friday and next Friday,
Mhm.
next Monday and the following Monday,
Right.
and YouTube town halls the 22nd. We have a regular board meeting on the 23rd.
And you're gonna do a
And we
town
have
hall with,
Task force meetings this Friday and next Friday. So if you're interested to know what I'll be doing for the next 3 weeks, it is fair to say I will be in a lot of meetings all the time.
But you're gonna be adding the Spanish ones,
I will be adding the Spanish speaking YouTube
Right.
town halls as well,
thank you.
of course, yeah.
Again, your plan is so flexible. I think everybody agrees that we want to get the kids back to school as normal as possible, as quickly as possible. But it also has to be feasible and something that
and has to be
works.
safe.
Yeah, and like I say, I brought that up earlier, starting with the hybrid plan, and we have the opt-out
That's a
people
good
that just
idea.
want the tech plan. What do you call that, the RISE plan?
Yes.
Hollister Rise Academy.
Mhm.
And
That's a good idea.
try to, once we get everything established in the first month or so of school, then we can always go to full inclusion. That's our goal. To me, that'd be the goal before the end of the semester. Full inclusion, but now, are we bringing back PE? Probably not, things like that.
Well,
But at least the idea of having them have as close to a normal school day as we could possibly provide for them.
Well, we gotta remember, we're in major cuts too.
Yeah,
I know,
We're in,
on top of
we're
that.
in that crisis mode that we're forgetting, because we're focusing so much on COVID and what we have to address, that
Yeah.
the thing over that is all of these
The
major
money.
cuts.
Yeah.
That we have to be able to do and address all this under those types of stressful conditions.
right.
and
That, how do you keep the lights on?
I think that's one of the things that parents don't take into
No,
consideration.
we don't. We
But
don't
why,
care
why
about that.
should they?
No,
It's their
that's not,
kids.
yeah, that's not.
You know, I
It's their
understand that,
problem.
Exactly.
but we have to, that's what, one of the things, that's our biggest responsibility.
Right.
Believe me, I'm concerned. With what's going on in Washington, you'd think it'd be a no-brainer that, yeah, you're going to actually have to funnel money to the states unless you wanna lay off police and have nothing for schools. I mean, some states have nothing for schools to begin with.
Right.
I can't imagine them trying to bring kids back.
I think
Right.
it works.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's got to be some more money coming in. I don't know how we're gonna be able to do this unless we get more than the state is saying they're going to give us at this present time. That's not enough.
Which is our next agenda.
Oh, great.
So Diego, I just have to say that draft plan, I told you personally, but I'll tell you, the whole thing is, I think that is the best communicated document I've ever seen that
Perfect.
makes it just crystal clear what one can expect on day one.
Mhm.
So the graphics. and,
It was beautiful, I was like,
That's I texted that. It's so much easier to understand that this big, long, nothing but Word document,
Yeah.
everyone's gonna read that.
Was the simplicity and the clarity of the meaning
yes.
that was there.
But it was beautifully put together, and like Rob says, I mean, just everything, it was just, it's
Colorful,
awesome.
understand.
It's an awesome document.
I was one of those people that I wore the same tennis shoes in high school, and then when I was 38, I was still wearing my K-Swiss. That was have you ever seen those that are all white or all black? I like the simplicity of it, And I was kind of the same about my PowerPoints. My PowerPoints were all the same for about 20 years. But what happened was a couple of weeks ago, I brought on our coordinator of special ed. Her name's Mike Cruz. She actually has a background in graphic design.
Oh,
And
nice.
if you noticed, a couple of months ago, she started producing things for special ed that looked really beautiful,
Yeah.
like
Yep.
flyers looked good. And so I pulled her in and I said, hold on, you gotta,
Help
I'm over
me.
here. I'm over here in kindergarten, you're putting out classics. What I had her do because I wanted to show an example to principals and to teachers is, what if we asked her to do a training program for all of our administrators?
Nice.
And I asked her to do a 20-minute webinar video.
Oh, nice.
And then at one of our principals meetings, I required all the principals to watch and practice what she was showing them. And then I purchased the online design program that she uses. And then in my spare time, I've just been kind of, if you
You
saw
have to
the
play
first,
around.
you saw the first 10 versions, you wouldn't be quite. But what does it mean to be able to communicate with parents? It's huge.
Yes.
So I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Bernowski, and thanks to the board for reviewing that and giving me your feedback as well. I think the clear message to our community has to be, we have a process and we are moving forward in that process. But it is essential that we make decisions this month because bargaining and staffing and campus readiness won't happen overnight, no matter what we say. So we have to make decisions this month.
My only suggestion is we gotta, give it that Spanish, give it everything we put out, we have to be able to put it in Spanish as well.
That'll be ready Friday morning. It'll go out to all Spanish-speaking families in Spanish Friday morning. It takes a little bit longer because it's not like a Word document.
Yeah.
Each page is its own document, so
Yeah.
I have to basically translate every single page independently.
Right.
In a Word document, I would be able to do more of a copying and pasting and then checking,
Yeah,
and that just doesn't work as well.
yeah, with the graphic design like you did with this document, it's beautiful, and you see I detail all the time.
All right, 12B, state budget.
State budget for education. Tonight's presentation is focused on two separate, completely different recommendations for school budgets.
Mhm.
The first is the May revision that said the following. First, expect what is in effect a 10% reduction to local control funding formula dollars. The biggest number of dollars we received. That's accomplished through the elimination of an expected 2.71% COLA and then not giving the district 7.29%. So when you add those together, it equals 10. In addition, expect deferrals. So instead of receiving money when you were supposed to receive it, we'll make you wait 30 days or 60 days, or in some cases longer. The reason to do that is to push expenses into the next year. Those expenses are still there, they're still going to give us the funding, but as far as their fiscal year goes, they just push it forward. I'll pay you next month. In addition, a one-time investment of $4.4 billion to local education agencies to address learning loss. We've been told that we will receive somewhere in the range of $700,000 in the Hollister School District. We've yet to receive a dollar. So the board knows we haven't received any funding, even though this was announced a couple of months ago. In addition, the contributions to the California State Teachers Retirement System and the CalPERS retirement system have been what they call bought down, or they're buying them down, meaning that instead of paying the higher rates we expected to pay, they've reduced those. So that's a positive. And then in addition, California received $1.6 billion in federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, and the district received a much larger portion, or much smaller than the CARES funding on that. In addition, in the governor's proposal, he's proposing to eliminate $350 million from educator workforce investment, $300 million from community schools grants, $250 million for the preschool special education, which is a real disappointment. $70 million for child nutrition, and $150,000 for the school climate workers. I wanted to kind of walk you through that part of it too, because the governor took some things out that are his priorities as well, so I think that was his way of saying, I'm willing to take some of this, in a sense, some of the hit as well on things that are my priorities. But his budget proposal in May was a very dark proposal for education. So it sent shockwaves through districts. As the board is aware, we took action to approve a resolution that would allow us to reduce funds in significant ways, not knowing what the legislature would propose. So now, walking through what the legislature's proposal. The legislature's proposal has very different language on how the budget gap will be covered. So what the legislature's proposal is saying is, we expect to receive funding from the federal government to cover the gap in funds this year. So the governor's proposal suggests 14 billion in budget cuts that would take effect, but then would be triggered off if federal funds materialize. So the governor's saying, we're cutting this money. If the feds decide to give us money in August or September and October, then we'll undo those cuts. The legislature proposal is the opposite. We're not gonna make those cuts unless the feds don't give us the funding. If they don't give us the funding, then we'll have to make some cuts, but that will trigger in October. Now, the question for this board is, you're responsible for your budget as a body of elected officials. You have to keep in mind the pain, the cost in terms of morale, and the cost in terms of the dollars if the board adopts a budget that assumes you will receive money that you don't end up receiving.
That's a chance you're taking.
You're taking.
Well, how do you get certified though? If we're submitting a budget based on certain requirements from the state to our county office, how do you get certified?
They haven't explained that, and that's, what
No,
what districts are waiting for is, well, first of all, we're waiting to be told our budget, but in addition, what trustee Martinez is talking about is, there's a structure in California where we present a budget, the board approves a budget, the county certifies the budget. So there's a
The
check and
county
balance.
says yes.
There's a check. If we build a budget based on a plan that assumes we're going to receive revenue, and then that funding is not provided, and we have to, as you know, you evaluate budgets on first interim, second interim, estimated actuals, you're evaluating budgets multiple times throughout the year. We'll come to you and we'll come with an update that says, we're not receiving that funding. We're needing to pull that funding out.
When will you know that? Because we all got the invite for, is it January 25th or June 25th for state capital advisors? Because that, we'll know more by then, right?
We'll know next month.
By the 15th.
We'll know next Monday. The governor will adopt a budget by law on June 15th.
Yeah, when they don't get paid.
Okay.
Or they don't get paid, yeah.
Unless, there are instances where they get pretty close, they do it the night of or
Yeah.
the next day,
Yeah.
but we expect to have an answer by next Monday. And then, of course, there's analysis that needs to come from there. Either way, the main difference is that the legislature's plan is rejecting the 8.1 billion of proposed cuts
Right.
that were in the governor's budget.
Right.
So that means if they don't materialize, then the biggest part of it is if we don't receive the funding,
We have to cut.
we do have to.
In October.
And at that part of it's not,
Well, you still have to give them 60 days, so when you still lay off
There's a
someone, you
trigger.
still have to
Trigger.
give them 60 days.
But it would be like, oh shoot, we're not getting the money, blah. I don't want
so what our analysis is at this
Don't
point is,
ever count on them.
No.
at that point in time, it would become a deferral. But then again, at the end of tonight's presentation, our last item is our cash flow analysis. So if you look at our cash flow analysis at the end of this presentation, you know, this evening, and you go to October and you say, okay, what's our cash flow in October? Most districts, including our district and other local districts, they tend to hit a rough spot in November because we haven't gotten our property taxes. That tends to happen in December. So that's not a great month. Okay, well now if you're also gonna defer my funding, even any portion of it, that just got a lot tighter. As this board knows, you adopted a resolution to allow us to do interfund borrowing. And we have millions of dollars in that fund that can help us cover, but you're always risking the struggle, the challenge of the possibility of the
Will they pay you back?
The deferral went 30 days, the deferral went longer. We don't know the answer to those questions.
But we have funding right now in that fund.
That's
But as we get closer to our school being finished, funds are gonna be depleted.
We still expect that to be available. We still expect that to be, actually through the whole year. But what I wanna caution the board and ask the board to think about this is, you have to think about a worst case scenario. When you're talking about budgeting, you have to think about a potential worst case scenario. So things like, that are not in the budget and are not clear yet is, will we be held harmless for attendance?
Right.
If we're not held harmless for attendance, folks, it will be a
It's gonna be
Can you
ugly.
explain that a little bit?
Yes, our funding is not based on the number of kids that are enrolled in our district. Our funding is based on the number of kids in class.
So,
So even though we have 5,600 students, our funding is based on 5,310 ADA, they call it. So we
Butts and
lose
seats.
we lose
The majority
funding
of
for
but
it.
you're not gonna have butts and seats.
So let's think about
Yeah.
that. The other
But
thing,
that's what the legislature was also pushing for, is to hold school districts harmless, right?
Right, to freeze it back to
There.
last February, or this February, yeah.
Right.
with certain requirements, and the other thing is, so in our last item, we talked about bringing more students onto campus. What will it cost us to ensure that children, every child, 5,600 children, wash their hands a minimum of 6 times a day? Getting to school, before they eat, after they eat, anytime they go to the restroom, back in class.
They should.
What is our
No,
expected,
the cost
what is our
to have these
expected
portable
water bill,
water bills
soap,
units out there that we gotta get a hold of somewhere. Cause everybody's gonna need them now.
and I do wanna explain to the board, we jumped pretty quickly on the FEMA process, so we have our final meeting today to finalize our FEMA order, we're submitting it. FEMA will allow you to submit in 2 ways, they'll allow you to spend money and get reimbursed, or they'll allow you to submit invoices and get approved. So we chose to do invoices and to have them go through an approval process, which should reduce the cost of anything we purchase up to 75%.
Good.
So the example of the hand washing stations that Trustee Martinez mentioned, those we expect are gonna cost somewhere around $85,000. If we receive a reimbursement for up to 75%, we're doing okay, we're at 19,000. Now, hand soap,
Hands down.
hand gel, hand sanitizer,
Yeah.
they have
Masks.
to, each item will be approved through FEMA. If FEMA does not approve hand soap and says that's the cost of doing business, that will be a major cost for this district. If FEMA doesn't approve hand sanitizer, if FEMA doesn't approve Clorox wipes, if FEMA, so it's really
Well, you
all
have,
kind of tangled in
you have
there.
that, and then you have water bottles, cause we're not gonna be using our own water
They gotta bring
dispensers.
their own.
So now you have water bottles, if the kids are thirsty, to get water that way, cause no more water dispense,
So
Now
these
they
are-
can't use the,
they can use the fillable
The fillable,
stations, but
uh-huh.
those we don't want the children to drink from them, so we'll have signage to display.
right, but then you could put your,
You could do that,
Yeah.
but they need to be provided a water bottle in the event that they don't bring one to school. So we need to have these available to kids if kids don't show up. That adds up, when you start, when you got 5,600 kids, that's
Every
a
single
big
day?
cost, every day. The other thing that goes along with it is, You have to assume, because what happens is we're in a time where we wanna feel hope. We wanna feel, that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And so when we hear a news report that says there's gonna be funding to ensure that schools receive assistance for hand soap, hand gel, Clorox wipes, I would welcome it. I would put a sticker on my car, thank you.
Never corporate.
If this board budgets, assuming that we'll get the money, and then we don't get the money,
We're in
your
deep trouble.
first interim budget will not be pretty. And you'll have to deal with the consequence of saying, well, we were supposed to get this funding, we were
Yeah.
supposed to get this funding, we were supposed to get this
Yeah.
funding. And that's a lot where those big districts have said, we're not opening unless you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's why the LA is not
part of
opening.
why they're coming
So
out.
Diego, since you did such a good job on the public draft of the reopening plan, could we get something as comprehensive on the budget so that, let's say it is the worst case scenario, that we get an understanding that, you know, we had 550 staff members planned, we're going down to 500 so we can see it, and things like safety items or water bottles and
The
stuff like that,
additional
because
costs.
you know, I'm a finance guy and that's what I do for a living, and so that when we wanna know, gee whiz, where can we cut, where we can't cut, and what's going through, that we get that feeling, cause I'm flying blind, I mean, we'll get the numbers here, but we're all flying blind and.
Right. Cause even with any breakdown of any expenditures, we're, you know, it's having to be done with a fine tooth comb to look at, you know, our attorney fees, to look at everything and where can we cut that isn't directly, you know, related to staff yet? What services can we cut back completely
Yeah,
and say, we're not, you know, we are not touching a lawyer unless we have to, you know, to cut down costs there. It just, we're gonna have to really tighten our belts just like we did before, but we need to start with the services and then go into positions and et cetera, but it has to, you have to start looking at all of those things, like Rob says, and get very detailed as to what that will look like. Because even in negotiations, it's beneficial because it gives everybody that transparency and clarity to know what the plan is and where you're looking first prior to looking, say, you know, at certificated or classified, because we've done our homework, we've gone through everything, and this is where we can cut costs, and if it's ongoing cost, you know, it doubles, you know, from one year to the next and so on. So, you know, it's just looking at all of that and doing that deep analysis that would be helpful.
But for me, I think that's where I am that's not my expertise, and I think that's why, you know, we're joking as parents, we don't care. But I think it's important for us to understand, you know, like you're saying, give me a breakdown, like, are you telling me this is gonna cost more, but yet the kids are not even going to school? So I think, like, you know, when you just put it like that, it doesn't make sense for me, and I think that that's something important for us to talk about in public, like, this
That's
is how
some of
much
these meetings are
everything,
going to,
right?
yeah.
Like, this is how much, guys, just tell me, this is normal school year, this is what's gonna be coronavirus. Because I think that's helpful for us to know as a parent, like, oh, so there's things that I hadn't even thought about, you know? It's helpful to understand where the money's
It's like,
going.
we're not making these cuts to be mean,
Right,
we have a responsibility.
but people
you know?
don't,
And people don't associate
Right.
those two things. They just think, hey, school's open.
I think that for our labor partners and for our community, you know, that we need to be very transparent. And obviously that we're gonna have to plan for the worst, because we can't do it in October. That's gonna be disruptive to the children, and our goal is never to do that.
And
So
then
if we're gonna
we do
start
get
it, if we're gonna start a school year, we're gonna start it, I don't wanna mess it up in the middle of the year. So we need to do it that way. And if, the economy gets back, people start working, we don't know. But we
We
can't,
can adapt.
We
It's
can
always,
adapt,
it's much easier when
That
money's
is why-
coming
Give us
in
more money, we're better.
than when it doesn't come
but
in.
that's my point,
It's a
and
lot easier.
that's what we have to, the message we need to give to our labor partners and to our community is that because our state and federal government can't seem to figure out what they wanna do with us, but we have a responsibility to make sure we have money to take care of our children, then we're gonna have to do the worst case scenario. And if it changes, we will guarantee you, we will be back at the table. And we will do so that we can bring things back for the students. And I think that, everybody knows this is a calamity. This isn't anything that was done by poor management or anything like that. But all of us sitting here, we know we have a responsibility because we're not gonna do anybody any good if we're not sound financially. Then everybody's losing their job.
Our next steps, Jan, are to review the adopted state budget and to immediately go into the analysis. It looks like it'll be a compromise between the two plans, it'll be somewhere in between. the
Yeah,
two
what they
plans.
do.
So that, as an educator, I was relieved that I saw the legislature say, you know what, let's think about this a little bit differently. Let's not put so many cuts on education. But, the governor has the veto right, and he can go, he's got authority in that process, so
Sure.
they have to bargain and negotiate with each other. And then do our analysis of cash flow when we understand how much we're receiving, provide this board with an explanation of COVID expected costs at our next school board meeting, and then come to the school board on the 23rd of June with a budget ready for adoption,
So in that, out years, is there you have expenditures, down each line, is there a way that we could track our COVID expenses
we
on
are,
a line for us to kind of project out
Of course
what
you
that will look like?
we're doing that now, we didn't include it in that, that's the backup documentation for the last item.
Mhm.
And just so the board's aware that the documentation you got, printed and provided, we've updated the PDF online, so it's actually available to anybody observing online
Oh,
or
good.
reading our document online. I wanted to make that clear.
Good.
But what we started to do, 2 months ago was to start to track all of the COVID-related costs. So we have an account line that tells us, that flags it, and is starting to put all those things together.
Good.
Yeah, so that the board understands how the costs pile up and where they pile up. And then on our side, the biggest question is, based on our last year's enrollment, which was very, very similar to prior years, like within 2 or 3 kids. And if that is the amount of money will be provided next year, we can budget for that once they tell us how much they're cutting from our allocation. We can budget for that, we'll bring a budget to the board that explains how we'll achieve it. What we can't do is we can't predict what the following year will be like. What we're being told, and all of you adopt a 3-year budget, you don't
Right.
adopt a 1-year budget.
Right.
This board is used to having ending fund balances that say 12%, 9%, 8%, 15%, 13%, 12%. That isn't gonna happen next year if the state tells us, is what we're being told right now by fiscal services and by School Services of California, expect the following year to be a compounded 10% cut. So, for all of you doing the math at home, the state's,
Help me out.
the allocation is about $50 million for our district in regular LCFF funds. So 10% of that is minus $5 million this year.
Yeah.
10% of the reduced 45 million is now 4.5 million, so it's a combined. If that were to happen again the third year, you're talking about $15 million in cuts over a 3-year period.
impossible to.
You
Yeah,
have,
you can't,
Yeah.
you can't.
but you all have to adopt a budget, and we're being
That's crazy.
guided and recommended to plug those numbers into our projections. So what happens with projections is the state will give guidance on how to build your budget. They'll say, next year's COLA is 2.7, the year after is 3.01, the year after is 2. So we take those numbers and we plug them into our calculator. The budget you're going to see is going to look a lot different because we're being told to put in -10% in the
Yeah.
second year.
Wow.
So I'm just warning you,
And then
and
the
this won't
third
be
year, and you
unique.
have to get that certified by the county, so it's like,
So what will happen is many districts, hundreds of school districts throughout the state will start to have what's called a qualified budget, meaning you have enough money for this year, but unless you make cuts for subsequent years. So we're observing, we're monitoring your budget. I want to make it clear to the board, this is not unique to our district. This
No.
is
well,
indicative of
we had
every
this
district.
back in 08, 09. Yeah. Every
It was
year,
the same?
yeah,
When the cuts are this severe.
Yeah.
You don't have, and obviously, there's always a tension between a reserve and between the staff now saying, support us, increase our wage, cost of living. One of the benefits of having a larger reserve is you can ride out some of these cuts.
Yeah.
Having a smaller reserve means
You
you have to go in and adjust and make reductions. And we've already done so, and actually, throughout San Benito County, multiple school districts have already gone forward to make reductions in costs, in staff, and positions throughout the county. So we're all sort of in line with each other, it's all coming together. This board will have the absolute best, newest information as early as possible, so that when you all receive the board packet the Friday before the 23rd, you have time to digest it, you have time to look through it.
well, my thing is that, pink slips are hard, and, looking at, start looking at those analysis as early as possible for the board to really have a strong, I want to be dictated by the numbers, not by anything else.
Okay.
And so,
And it was to see what you guys that were here during that time, what you think, everybody.
well, we've learned
What
a
you
lot
think that-
from the
What we're talking
experiences.
about is a lot worse than 08 and 09.
Right.
Believe me, it's a
Yes.
lot worse,
They say it's 3 times worse than
At
what we
least,
experienced
yeah.
back then.
at least.
In 08, 09, the reductions were in the 3.5 to 4.
Yeah. It's not even close.
They added up, but they did go on year after year, so
Yeah,
that
they
was, there was more of
The
a,
deferrals were hard.
the deferrals were more frequent, it was
was
more of a kind of, you felt like, man, we're in the 3rd year of this already, geez, when's this gonna end?
Yeah.
And it was an economic recession, this is much different because it's the combination of the stress of this public health concern with the total unknown.
Right.
At that time, we had economic models that said, yeah, your revenues in the state are this much, expect these cuts, so we could see down the road, like, oh, in 18 months, it's still gonna be that.
Yeah.
This one is sort of a big,
Unknown.
it's a big question.
Yeah,
And a lot depends on the virus, because if it comes back and kicks everybody, it's,
Yeah.
And the ball.
so that, to me, I mean,
There's lots of work to do.
there is, and the uncertainty is what I think eats at all of us, because we're the ones having to make these decisions. But, I'd rather know, like you said, giving us the latest and looking at everything we could possibly look at, because, to give that pink slip is probably one of the hardest things that you can do to an individual, and
And I do want to assure the board that when the governor's budget came out in May, I was in contact with our bargaining partners within days to not just tell them about it, but to already start the groundwork to understand what kind of cuts could be made, because at the bargaining table, what ends up happening is if a school district comes in and says, this is what we're doing, and walks away, then there's no trust and there's no collaboration. And what I am trying to do as the superintendent is to try to listen and to try to give options and to try to think through, like Jan said, where am I coming, if things get better, where do we go back first? How do we make reductions that avoid pink slips if possible? Ultimately, it's bargaining, so the district doesn't get to walk in and decide for themselves, but we'll have a very collaborative process.
Well, but I think sometimes in the past, the children have been forgotten. And the cuts have been made with the children not in mind. When they've cut, like, you've given us like, one janitor for 1,000
I
kids.
remember that.
That is not thinking of the children. Those are the kind of cuts that have happened in our district before, that were done, and they were done without thinking about the kids. And how does that affect the kids? And so, those are the kinds of things that when we make our cuts, I really want the children to be in the forefront. Because, we've had cuts in the past that have just not been right. And the kids were an afterthought.
Agreed?
Like the fact that you've taken the initiative to start the conversation as early as you did and not, blindsiding anyone to what's happening. We all are looking at the news, we all are realizing where we are, but for most groups, you feel powerless, like the district's gonna do what they want and they're not gonna care what we have to say. Because they just don't, they're gonna go about doing what they feel is right by the district, and regardless of who, or what it means to CSEA or to the teachers union, and to me, that's just very disrespectful, because when you boast about your partnership and all the things that you've achieved during all of this, you relied so heavily on each other to get through it, that why would you not want to continue that through this process?
I agree.
I just don't understand. And I just, again, I am so fortunate and that you're here, because us being the biggest district, you're leading by example, and that means everything to me. Thank you.
June 15th is the big day.
Monday.
Mr. Bernowski, if there are no other questions, we can move on to 12C.
I believe we should.
Report on 2021 parent orientation related to social and emotional issues. One of the first slides in this presentation is a quote from the National Association of School Psychologists. The board is aware that our district employs 8 school psychologists, absolutely wonderful team members. And the quote says, "It is very important to remember that children look to adults for guidance on how to react to stressful events." So our children are learning from our examples right off the bat. The sources for this presentation are the Association for School Psychologists, the National Association of School Nurses, and the Centers for Disease Control. So there are multiple models that we're looking at, as we've discussed. Trustee Kane, you mentioned a couple of times the flexibility in the draft, and that's represented in the hybrid or the full day program. And I wanted to explain to the board what parent readiness will look like. So we currently have planned online YouTube town halls to talk about reopening schools. And I want the board to understand, my goal is to continue to hold these YouTube experiences, but to branch out and start to hold them for different purposes. One of which will be how to reorient your child to returning to school, how to deal with the social emotional needs for your child in school. Because what we found with the YouTube tool is, if you watched last night, Brandon Johnson had the document projected, and then he had a video capture of myself and Mr. Romero answering the phone calls. That's only the beginning. There are so many incredible things you can do with a live YouTube feed, and we plan to put those in place for our parents, so that we have an interactive training that also goes recorded onto our district's YouTube page, which has over 4,000 subscribers to the channels we have. Before coronavirus, less than 300.
Wow.
Since coronavirus, over 4,000 individual subscribers to all of our channels. Beginning in July, parents will receive weekly messages from the district. What we'll do is we'll pull together our best and positive, most supportive resources. Every week, parents will receive a message regarding school return. We'll have a district webpage devoted to school return readiness, with links to videos that I just talked about, with links to articles, with links to trainings for parents to be able to watch and participate. And then on the other side of it, parents will receive weekly messages regarding the importance of exercise, nutrition, and recreation during the summer months, because we believe those are months where children will recharge, especially as our community opens more. Trustee Bernowski, I don't know if they discussed it today in the Board of Supervisors meeting. Did they talk about parks at all?
I do not believe that they did.
Because that's
Part of phase
a
three.
lifeline for children in this community, is to be able to go to a park and play ball and run and get exercise.
Just get that energy out.
Physical energy out. And
Yeah.
not, it's going on walks is fine, but there's a pretty huge risk in terms of, you're not gonna let a 7-year-old go for a walk for.
No.
for them.
Not by themselves.
But guess what?
Please don't help them.
Will you take your 7-year-old to the park?
Yeah.
Will you let them go with their older brother? Yeah, of course you do. Before coronavirus hit, this community has a vital connection to being outdoors. This is an incredible place to live in terms of the climate. And
I believe, and I'm couching this because I don't have a transcript of it, but I believe that the county health officer said, Dr. J, he was saying the value of being outside. And he said, when you're outside, you don't need this, and social distancing replaces this. And also, just for your benefit, if you hold this up and you can see through it, it's not a mask, it's not a face covering, so. But anyway, he was explaining that being outside is really good, and even passing someone, you don't need a mask on, so feel free to go
I
outside.
don't walk in my mask every day. I mean, you pass people, but you can stay 6 feet away from this stuff.
But that does raise a good point. I mean, as we make this decision, or the decisions that we make between now and August and into it would be great to have an actual health professional here that can actually give us facts and have dialogue, as opposed to Jan reading one news source and getting this thing, you reading another, getting another thing, Steve, so on and so forth. Because that's the one thing, even though these weekly Board of Supervisor meetings are with health professionals, there's no dialogue going back and forth. And in my opinion, they're not really giving facts why we need to continue to be worried about this and so on and so forth. So
I think the question of mitigating risk is always going to boil down to, if you shelter in place, we know what the science says about it. Sheltering in place has an undoubted impact on the potential for transmission, because you're not around other people.
Right.
And you can do contact tracing to figure out if and when a person did have it and they had contact with others, what kind of impact that has on their on their health. The minute you start reopening, it all
The
becomes
contact tracing
a
is
question.
so
It all becomes a question
problematic,
of exactly where, how long, what did you do?
right?
Were you in the same room? Did you shake their hand? Were you wearing a face covering? Did the person cough or sneeze around you? Were you involved in an activity that involves vigorous exercise? You know, just so it goes through a lot of those permutations, but what I like about the ideas that we're putting forth on how to prepare parents is we're doing a lot of different things. We're talking about holding online meetings. Right now, we can't physically get big groups of people together, so YouTube is gonna be the best way. The emails, the links on our school website, giving clear recommendations to parents. Number one, take time to talk to your children. Do not avoid giving children information about coronavirus. Talk to them about it. Be patient with your children. Be honest and accurate with your child. And then obviously stay very connected to your school.
I have a couple thoughts. So one is, on the weekly message, is it gonna be by text or email? Because that's where, for me, the communication's been like, should I check my email? Do I get my phone text? Where am I getting this? And then can it be consistent? I think the phone is probably a lot of people have a phone. And then going to this, the exercise recreation and how the doctors are saying it's good. We know mental health, it helps you. I'm still not understanding why we're not able to have kids go outside during school in the future. So at some point, if you could kind of address that. And then as you were talking right now about talking to your kids, I think that's important as a parent. But I'm wondering if there's a way that we can, talk to anyone here at the district or anybody that from the school that you think would be willing to put out like a recorded YouTube thing for the kids of, hey kids, you're gonna come back to school, but things are gonna be different. And something fun for them to see on their own that, hey, we're so excited, but things are gonna be different.
And
Almost like an infomercial.
Like an infomercial, yeah.
And actually in special education, there's a whole body of research on something called social stories. So social stories is something that you use for children who have delays in their communication and have delays in their interaction and their adapting to others. And what you do is you explain how things will be. So you show, and it's somewhat similar to that, because I think what you're wanting to do in order for kids to understand is you're not just telling them,
Right.
you're showing.
Right.
You're going in and
Almost like a
saying,
Sesame Street
Like
kind
what
of.
Sesame Street did
Yes.
for the racism,
Yeah.
they had to tell them all of that.
What it does is, so that, again, that's another reason why making the decisions that we're making and giving ourselves time. So another avenue we've taken in these last 2 months, is we've already gone to multiple campuses, multiple classrooms to set up sample classrooms. Our CSEA staff and teachers this week are setting up classrooms. This week, we're doing samples throughout the district so that we can create content like that to provide it to our students. So we can show your classroom is gonna look like this. And when you provide that resource to the parents, on the special education side, you explain, I need you to watch this with your child every day. I'm gonna send you a social story, and you're gonna watch this video every day from this date until this date. And when your child comes to school on August 17th, your child will be ready for what they're walking in. Because that takes all
The anxiety.
down.
We all need that.
It
See,
all brings it all
The
down.
thing with the outside, which, is the cross contamination of, because he's trying to say, yes, we know going outside is good, but how do you keep one classroom, crossing with another class? If we're gonna go out for a walk, let's go walk the track, as a class. I think you could still go and do
Yeah,
activities outside,
Right.
but because I think it's.
It can't be
it's-
contact. There's no contact.
But, you know, but the cohort stays within the cohort,
That's
you know,
what
it's
period.
just, it's hard if you're gonna let them go and just run around for
That's
recess.
not what I'm saying.
But,
So let me make it clear, in our draft plan, children will absolutely be outside. Children will absolutely
will.
have recess. What they won't have is the recess they used to have. In the recess they used to have, at any point in time, any child could run anywhere on the playground, play any game they wanted, with any other child they wanted. Under the draft plan, we would set up and teach children games that are possible still with social distance. And there are a lot of games that continue to happen with social distancing.
No tag.
So there's things you can do, but we're just gonna do them differently to mitigate risk.
Have we thought about things like fire drills and the various drills that we do and how we're going to social distance during that?
Our plan for that is a July plan, so we have all of the planning for it will happen in July.
Okay.
We know it's on there, it's on our docket to work through. That one's gonna be tough. That one
It is gonna be
very
tough.
Very tough. We
Because
do have that
they're
plan.
all leaving at the same time.
hopefully there's,
I
Well, they're just going to
I
their
thought
best,
I thought, how's the
Oh
gonna
my
figure this
God.
one out?
If there, here, I have to tell you something, if there's an earthquake,
Yeah.
get under a desk or get under a door,
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay? Okay, if the building is shaking,
get under it.
take a
forget
second.
the COVID down.
We'll cover up, but you have to protect your,
Yeah.
you have to protect yourself.
So some states have opened up their schools again, right?
Yes.
And do we have any insight into that at all, like, especially in K through 8, it's like, because there's some body of belief that says, well, kids don't get it, or, not very many kids get
What
it.
states are those, do you know?
Huh?
What states?
No, I'd have to do the
Research.
I think it's in Europe that
I see the
they've
headlines go by and,
In the United States, they've
Yeah.
opened up schools?
Yeah.
Well, they've done it for a longer period of time in Europe,
Yeah,
and it's been fairly successful. I haven't heard anything negative about it.
And in this county, there will be schools, for instance, I know for a fact that our county office is operating their migrant program, and they have low numbers, but they did have students at school today. In our district, we will have YMCA running their summer program for preschoolers on our Sunny Slope campus next week. And they've shared with me their draft plan, and it's a very different type of program than in previous years because of social distancing. So at the preschool level, they won't share stuffed animals, they'll still keep their distance from one another, they'll have a maximum of 9 children and 1 adult in any class, which is a much lower threshold than in previous years, to keep the numbers
so less kids
10 or under,
participate.
right? But
That'll be,
Yeah.
that's a way for us to look
lunch,
at.
yeah.
We do have smaller districts that start in the summer, that will start in 3 weeks. So we'll have an opportunity to learn a little bit from that example. There were states that came out earlier with guidance that was more specific. Those states put documentation out to explain what that guidance was going to be and how that guidance was going to be implemented, and they varied. So some states came out earlier and said, hey, the guidance is much more stringent, others came out later and said it's less stringent. So in our situation here, we now have the added benefit of having the written document from the state. When children return, what we're already planning is whether we return to 5 days a week with some kind of a reduced day or a normal day, start less, we'll come in with work being done in July and August, no matter which way the wind blows on the health concern. Because ultimately, I want to reassure the board that we're not simply looking at this as one type of crisis. There's an academic component that we're working very hard at. I'm gonna have a hard time not smiling, but we're doing incredible work on the academic side. physical preparation of campuses is another huge issue. The health preparations is another, I mean, come on,
Yeah.
incredible issue. The governance process, arriving at last night and tonight and this Friday, and that's another huge process. And then the physical part of it. And we're not gonna ignore the social, emotional part. And that's what tonight's presentation was for, was to assure the board and assure our parents that the
Yeah,
district is putting a plan in place. And obviously, we wanted to open it up to the board to receive your feedback, share this with the public online so they could give us
I
feedback.
just really wanna make sure though that the principals really reach out to the TK and the K. That they really, those parents, especially under this, stress of of our, whatever, however we open up as, those parents feel comfortable, knowing what's gonna happen with their child. And, I think that if there was, time, and I don't know if that's possible, but, maybe where the principals could open up a school, where half of the, let's say, Mrs. T's class for TK came and half of her class, or maybe it's small enough for whole class. And, the principal could walk, you know what I mean, somehow or another, so that there is this, because lots of times, people would go in as the teachers are, working, and they would come in, their kids, and see what classroom they were gonna go. That's not gonna happen. So we need, these parents and children,
The little ones.
we need to really lower their anxiety down, because, especially for the moms and dads too, they wanna know.
Here, let me share with you, something that one of our teachers said in our school task force, reopening meeting. She said, there has never been a year where it is more important for teachers to know who their students are in July than this year.
Yeah.
She said, if the principal tells me in July who my students are, I will personally call every single household and have time to get to know. The teacher said, I don't want my students to look at this picture of me
Right,
and think that that's who I am. I wanna take it off, and I want my students to see my face before I meet them. This was a 5th grade teacher. Imagine all of our TK, kinder, first. So I think there's a lot of that love that our teachers have for their students, that's not gonna go away. I mean, that's just, it's always there, so.
right,
Those are things too, Jen, where, I had a principal in our principals collaboration say, Mr. Ochoa, I think we wanna have, TK orientation over 6 days, because we wanna give every single parent the opportunity to come on campus with their child. Because we could do that if we planned it out really well and don't intermix and don't, social distance. And normally we bring all 25 parents in,
Right,
and the
right.
room's filled and the kids, and, well, we're not doing that this year, folks. So we have a principal saying,
Open house.
the principal said, I wanna do it over 6 days. I
so they know
want-
where the bathrooms
I
are,
want
and,
the parents to
they need
know
that stuff.
where their child's
That makes sense.
seat is gonna be, where their child's coming from. On the last slide of this presentation, there is an update I want to give the school board. The district is partnering with San Benito County Office of Ed, the San Benito High School District, Sonoma San Juan, other local districts on a learning community school funding program, grant. We are receiving funds for each of the next 3 years, and our district will have a social worker that will work full-time for the Hollister School District next year to lead that grant. That person is going to be the supervisor for 5 counseling interns through San Jose State University that start with us next year. So you have the social work, supervisor, and 5 counseling interns, in addition to our 2 school nurses, in addition to our 2 middle school counselors, in addition to Mr. Ward and his parent liaison. So we're starting to build a strong team, and I wanna encourage the board to think about in future years the importance of hiring a 2nd social worker and a 3rd social worker because of the obvious benefit of having multiple layers of support, multiple people who work in the district that can respond to the mental and social emotional needs of our students.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Bronowski, item 12D, Employee of the Year recognition. This is a year like no other. In previous years, the school district participated in a public recognition of our district employees, almost always at a public location like the Vet Memorial Hall in downtown Hollister. The event has been coordinated by the San Benito County Office of Education. I attended last year along with other members of the board. And essentially, a school principal recommends a classified employee and a certificated employee from every school to be honored as the Employee of the Year. That event goes off, and we end up having a photographer come here, take the photographs of all of our employees, and we post them in our district lobby for the remainder of the next school year. So what happened this year is, due to the importance of keeping the group reduced, having as few people physically present, the county reached out to our district, and on May 1st, we had all of our recipients come to the district office. We had social distancing taking place in this room. We limited their guests to 1 guest per person. The district did provide all of our recipients with a Hollister School District jacket commemorating their selection as the Employee of the Year. They received a certificate from our local elected officials as well as from the County Office of Education. Superintendent Lamanto and I gave remarks. We passed out some cupcakes, and then using social distance, we had everybody exit. The other piece of it is a couple of schools found out because the teacher who was being honored told his or her colleagues that they were being called in for this. So we actually had about 15 vehicles outside the district office here parked on Cienega. They honked and cheered, and it seems like it was at least 5 years ago that this happened because the days are really long now, folks, but that feeling of people showing up, holding up signs for their friend and their coworker, that was incredible. That was really incredible. So at this point in time, what the board is welcome to do, and I have provided a list of recipients for the board, is we're able to, hopefully, if we have some loosening of the restriction on number of people at gatherings, we could bring that group to our July or our August board meeting. We could arrange to have the photographer come and take their photographs and still continue with that practice. And I would just open it up for the board for any suggestions on how we might proceed.
I think that's a great idea. I think trying to keep as much normalcy as we can to our traditions, especially something like this, is really important. But I also wanted to, it's clear, you know, we go to school sites and, you know, we kind of think of the DO as not really, like impactful, but we know that, especially this year, that wasn't the case. Everybody rolled up their sleeves. You have a lot of certificated and classified employees that work here that are not recognized because they're not at site. And I don't think that's appropriate or fair for us not to also look at the people, you know, working every single day to provide critical support
Services, yeah.
to the rest of our staff, you know, that are at the sites. So I would love to add, you know, a certificated and a classified out of the deal.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate you putting that forth, and I agree with you 100%. We have incredible people that work at this district office who also deserve our recognition and acknowledgement.
You know
I think
what?
they used to do it that way, didn't they? I think there's always a DO component in this.
I'm gonna
There's
take
always
it.
in the past.
I don't know,
I
my
can remember
memory
a
is
few
no.
DO people getting that.
I don't think so. I think this has been a long, this should have been taken care of years ago. This is something we need to do.
If you give me 5 minutes, I can walk you through a list of people that work in this office and the incredible.
I can already
work.
tell you who I would think, but you know.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna have to take the, if you ask that, I do this.
Actually, the way it should be done, Diego, is that the maintenance man should pick somebody, the second, you know, it should be done
Just like
by
it's
your
done at the
peers.
schools.
That's what it
That's
should
the way
be
it's
done.
done at the schools. Have them pick them.
Well, I think every school does it just a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think you have principals who tend to take a poll, you have other principals who select themselves. I'm gonna ask the board to let me decide how to do that.
Absolutely,
Okay.
Of course.
that's your
We're
job.
having a debate.
No.
We don't wanna hurt any
And you
feelings.
know.
I don't have, yeah,
But if you
It's all
want our
on you,
advice,
bud.
there are so
It's all
many,
on you.
there are so many deserving people.
Absolutely.
It's incredible the number of deserving.
Well,
people.
it's true at the schools too. I mean, you can only pick one a year, but there's obviously more than just one or two at each school.
Absolutely.
I agree.
But I just, you know,
Thank you for that, Liz. Thank you for saying that. It's sometimes, you hold off on recognizing the district office, like you said, because there can sometimes be, like, well, they don't make a difference, they're not with the kids, but we're supporting every single school.
I think it's because there's been
They're part
a
of the
shift
team.
change.
yes.
They're
And
part of
see-
the team.
Well, because we're stressing that we are all working for one thing, and that's the children. And so we've done this whole psychological shift change.
Well, we have to do it here.
That's right, absolutely. I agree with Elizabeth 100%. Long
Understood?
overdue.
Thank you. But if we could keep that, I would love to have them here and honor them, you know, at a board meeting and do their photography. And include someone for both, certificated and classified from the deal.
Thank you.
Well, or divide it by department, however you,
Whatever you
Decide.
decide,
yeah.
it's on you.
And I'll just say to the board, we'll wait to see, we'll only do it in July if they relax the restrictions.
Mhm.
If they don't, we'll definitely do it in August.
Okay,
Just to give ourselves as much time as possible to allow, I think there's something really great about being recognized by the board with your family there.
Mhm.
Make sure-
I agree.
I agree.
All right, item 12E is the report on Rancho Santana School progress.
I drive by there at least once a week and I'm just like, oh. It's so beautiful.
Isn't it fun to look at?
It is, it's so huge. It
I've
just,
included some photos in here for you all,
Equally.
you'll recognize yourselves in a couple of them. The summary on the project is 12 acres of land, expected 850 students, 42 classrooms, playground, basketball courts, school library, special education rooms, ball fields, among other procedures. The design phase was the first step in this process. The site soil work, if you recall, that was a huge part of the project because we were having to deal with naturally occurring asbestos. So if you remember, we had that big mound of dirt, we had to put over, we had to set it, right? Then we had the foundation and utilities work. That was about 8 weeks of time of going in, pouring foundations, installing all the plumbing, doing all the sewer. That was a whole other process, and now we're seeing the fruits of our
Mhm.
process. We're seeing buildings go up, and I wanna take you through those photographs.
and I know we had asked, you know, in certain phases, if Aaron, or you could give us a tour, is that, I don't know, like, right now where we are, but just to kind of walk around to get,
We should.
you know, to really see the different layers to it, I think would be,
And thank you for mentioning that, yep, and thank you for mentioning that. He'll be reaching out to the board to invite you all. He'll provide multiple dates, so we have, 2 at a time. And what you'll be able to do now is you'll be able to see construction in progress. You'll be able to see classrooms that the interior of some of our classrooms are already starting to have casework put in. We're already starting to have all of the molding, some of the cabinetry being put in. It's really incredible. If you look at the classroom, the building from north to south, you'll see the stucco is painted, the roof trim is
Yeah.
painted, the windows are in, the
Yeah.
building, and then over on the other side, the south side, you'll see it's further behind, so you'll be able to see the progress and how it will develop, and he's absolutely gonna be sending you all invitations to sign up for those times to go and observe. In November, if you recall, it was a pretend mound of dirt. We spent a couple $100, remember? We got that really pretty dirt, and you all had shovels. Look behind you in that photo.
yeah,
There's literally nothing there.
yeah,
There's nothing there.
no.
Within weeks, 6 weeks later, we had completion of the soil preparation for our buildings. We had the completion of the concrete foundation for the 2 schools, for the 2 of the school's 5 buildings. We installed rebar and vapor barriers, and we completed the slab on grade. And you can see the progress there from the plumbing to completion of the foundation. Once that process was in place and we had a solid foundation, we started with erecting steel structures. So you'll start to look here at what it looked like is little rectangles, little building blocks going in place, one building on top of the next, get the next one prepared. So that point in time was when a lot of people in our community started to wake up to the fact that the project was moving forward. In the bottom right-hand corner on this page, you'll see Director of Facilities, Gazetta, he's there. The day they started to put in the framing, the metal framing for those first floor classrooms. So you can see there's no electrical in there yet, there's no HVAC in there yet, but the bones of the building are starting to be built. So that takes us to our current progress. That aerial photo is really something to look at. So that aerial photo will show you have on those buildings B and C, you have completion of exterior stucco. Look at those roof structures and look at those HVACs, they're already on the building. So it's not simply aesthetics, it's the whole process on that side of the facility is nearing completion. On the exterior and interior of rooms, we already have drywall going up. The spackle, the drywall, the paint, all of that trim work is all going in. And then I think that from a design standpoint, the features that are the most beautiful and the most evocative of the school are those bell towers. So you see those starting to go in and you see that quality of the physical look of the facility being completed. And so the next step is for the board to be able to go and see for themselves, to go and observe the progress that's happening, because by the end of August, the physical interior structures of that school should be complete.
So are we on schedule,
Oh, yeah.
under budget, over budget, at budget?
We're at budget where we knew from the outset that we did have on the board radar, we had the expected increase in the original change order that came to the board, and what we're now moving forward and we're hitting all of our timelines. I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. If you're a farmer, this hasn't been a great year in terms of rain. If you're a builder, it's been wonderful. So because of the lack of moisture out there, we got a lot of work done when it could have taken us a lot more time. And then, as always, construction could change tomorrow. We were somewhat fortunate that the state allowed all school construction projects to be layered into the essential work that was happening, so we didn't lose a beat. Those contractors were out there and they were putting in work at that school.
Much to the chagrin of others.
Yeah, because to me, I just, in previous projects, the detail, the little details is what I wanna make sure that we're on top of, and we're not signing off on substandard, quality. Cause that's just not, in any project regardless, any of the projects we've had done, they're not a couple thousand, they've been in the millions, and, I'm gonna be real, that the quality hasn't been there. And so I just want to make sure that you already know that, as far as what my concerns were on, what you inherited, unfortunately, is what was already there. And so I just wanna make sure, I know Aaron, that's his, wheelhouse, and so construction is something he's very, very in tune, and quality of work, and I wouldn't, just like for me, I wouldn't sign off on anything. If that was my house and I'm getting cracks in the walls, there's no way I would say, okay, contractor, I'm gonna pay you whatever, and that's just gonna stay like that, cause that's not what I paid for. So I just wanna make sure, that the product that we end up getting is what we're all happy with. And it's a showcase, for the district, to be proud of.
I don't mean to add this, but I have to say this. Have you, in your spare time?
When you're not 2 hours asleep.
Yeah, really. But have you put together like a timeline in your head about like where you see yourself putting together an administrative staff and reaching out for, how many teachers? I don't know if you and Erica have even discussed it, but like when you see the wheels turning about the following year. Because there's a lot of things that have to be ordered for the school. And if we want our present students that are at other school sites to be able to select school colors, to, all of that stuff involved in furniture, type of color of rug, all of those kinds of things have to happen, before we mascot, all that kind of stuff needs to happen. But we need a leader, meaning a principal,
Right.
to get things rolling. So something I think about. I'm sure you do too.
I've thought about it quite a bit, and I'll recommend to the board that we strenuously look at internal candidates, and I wanna explain to you why I wanna recommend that. We have some extremely talented assistant principals and principals in this district who may be interested in an opportunity to open a school.
I was hoping you
Who
would say that.
wouldn't want to do that?
I was hoping you would say
It's a
that.
once in a lifetime opportunity for a lot of people.
I was hoping you'd say that, yep.
So, because if we do that, what that means is that person now, we'll ask that person to do two things at once. We'll modify their responsibilities in a certain sense so that they have time to prepare for Rancho Santana School. And as we open up to January, so we would identify the person sometime around the end of September, and then give that person a solid 10 months to prepare for, obviously, we're dealing with some very serious budgetary constraints.
Right.
So I won't recommend we hire an administrator to have the whole year to plan.
No.
It's again,
We don't have
now,
that luxury.
if our budget were a lot different and we got a 3% COLA, I might recommend it. I might say, hey, hire somebody else, bring them in.
That's what I would ask is, if we have our worst case scenario, budget-wise, would we delay opening that school?
Yeah, because Jen asked that, I remember you asking that too at the last board meeting, if that was the case, could we hold back on opening the school? Would that save us any money? Cause I mean, you were even considering buying portables and then stopping that
Okay.
because
You
said
have a
it,
lot of very
said how they
impressive
run the
parents
school,
that
that
did
these are
that.
all
A lot of-
I want to I want to explain to the board why I would very likely not recommend that we wait another year to open the school. So my recommendation to the board will be, we open Rancho Santana School. That's my recommendation. Let me explain why. Yes, these are very extraordinary times, but this district has been talking for the last 2 years about opening a new school, Rancho Santana School.
Mhm.
There is a huge cost to the credibility of a district that goes through a whole process and then doesn't deliver for the community and doesn't deliver on, in effect, the promise that
That's
was
right.
made for the school. So that's one reason. The second reason is, as the district grows each year, we have tremendous movement. In this district, I shared with the board, 42% of students attend a school that's not their neighborhood school. So we're totally accustomed to opening a classroom here, opening a classroom here,
Mhm.
closing a classroom here, moving a teacher from school A to school B. So in that sense, we've got the groundwork prepared for it. As far as staffing for Rancho Santana School goes, when we open Rancho Santana School, we will not hire all new staff.
No.
We will assign staff to Rancho Santana School. So that means custodial support from school A. If school A has 200 fewer students, an equivalent number of custodial hours will move to Rancho Santana School. So we won't be incurring the huge cost associated. Now, in a typical year, I might come to the board and say, let's hire a school secretary, let's hire a school principal, let's hire, because as schools get smaller, as a result of Rancho Santana School, I'm gonna recommend to the board that school no longer have 3 administrators.
Right.
They now have 500 kids, they need to have 2 administrators. So it's more of a shifting of resources than it is taking on complete cost. There's also a cost, an actual financial cost in not opening the school, because that's also not free in itself, you still
That's a
have
big
to.
one.
You have to maintain things, and then you have people driving by, there's a perfectly good school and
Oh,
nobody in it. Can you imagine the phone calls you'll get?
And you could use social distancing with that.
Oh, God.
But I will recommend to the board that we take every measure possible to save funding when we open Rancho Santana School. That we not expend dollars at Rancho Santana School that have the impact of lessening services at other schools. If we can put together services.
So if I were, going back to one of our earlier agenda, or, we're talking about the budget or whatever, and I just want to make sure we're all aware, because buildings are expensive. They're expensive, air conditioning, electricity, and staffing them is, what you're saying is that opening Rancho Santana School is a really high priority. It's up there, and that's what, I'm afraid we're actually gonna have to make those decisions. Even before this came up, I was gonna ask, what is the highest priority? Is it A, getting kids back in school? Is it B, the academic enrichment? Is it C, making sure we don't lay off or whatever? But that's typical when you're in crisis budgeting. And I'm saying that we might be there. My personal opinion is, I don't wanna see that opening up Rancho Santana School just for the sake of opening it is the highest priority.
Well, can I give you an example of how Mays opened up? We had almost 1,200 kids at Rancho. I mean, we could barely walk through
Yeah.
through
It
the
was
hall.
crazy.
And,
Sounds like Evelyn Hills, you gotta.
So when Maze opened up, it was just like a split of the staff. We had, the principal of Rancho actually did all the stuff at Maze as well to open it up. She did really 2 jobs. And then she became the principal at Maze, and they used one of the VPs to become the principal at Rancho. So there was very little hiring at all,
There's hardly any.
hardly
And you
any.
guys went in versus
It was
Jordan?
just kind of a split. Now what's gonna
That was
happen
hard.
here is we're gonna be taking
Yeah,
from all different
Basically,
schools,
yeah,
but I don't
just
see a lot of hiring.
But remember, we're gonna lose somewhere between 500 and 1,000 students to the RISE, program. So I'm just saying is,
Right.
right now, that from Rob, the CFO's point of view, going, that's a tall order to fill unless we as a board and we're gonna follow your direction, say, no, it's the highest priority, because looking at these numbers, these are really scary to me. That's the next agenda item, so I wanna put it out there because, you have to look to your corporate, partners out there in the world, and what do corporations do when things turn down is they shutter buildings, they shed those things because, and anybody who's owned more than one house, sometimes you just have to let it go.
But you still pay for the school, right? You're still,
Well,
even
there's
if
one
you don't
thing,
put
so
people.
the physical
Well, the
plan
stuff
itself is
is
paid
fine,
for
yeah.
by that bottom line here. It is the buying of everything else that goes in it, and keeping the air conditioning on and keeping the water on. And of course, now you are staffing it, and that staff costs money. So, for me, I just wanna put it out there because I'll be the first to say, what next year or this school year looks like is such a big question mark. I know, what I'm just glad is we have a framework for a plan. I don't think that plan that you have drawn for, it's gonna look exactly like that, because what if, again, if COVID shows its ugly face in September,
Yeah.
and there's an exodus, people just say, I'm not sending my kid to school.
Yeah.
I think that's another thing that's adjustable. We don't know about the new school until
We don't know.
we know.
Right, we
You
don't
know,
that would hit everybody in the state,
That's the
because
problem
we're all
with this.
expecting to come back
We don't
at a
This
regular
whole
time.
process we're going through, there's too many question marks.
Yeah.
You're guessing. You're guessing.
And they're building those homes next to Saint Benedict.
I saw
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that
So we've
project,
got,
that project is humming.
I know, and it's a huge,
I just happen to be walking,
Where are those kids going?
I know.
they're ours.
there's an apartment complex going in behind,
Oh, yes, Santana Ranch.
Kmart, right?
No, there's one coming at Santana Ranch too. We're gonna get apartments.
So, but anyway, I just wanna put it out there.
Oh my gosh.
I look at the numbers and I'm scared to death. So, anyway,
So the population is
Less
coming.
money, who knows?
and then my last question about the school progress is, and there have not been any hiccups along the way.
No, what we found as going through this process is, we arrived at each of the timelines, each of the points that we thought work was gonna happen, work was getting completed, and that work is getting completed. As we initiated the construction project, we had a delay that was caused by the combination of a couple of things. So the biologist reports that were coming in regarding the brewing owls and regarding the impact, the biological impact of opening the school, it just pushed us back, and we were waiting for several months. If the board recalls, last June and July, I had to explain to the board multiple times that there was a process called an incidental take permit, or an ITP, that was required in order for us to actually start the construction project, and that delayed us substantially.
Mhm.
It was right at the time that our director of facilities, our prior director, was leaving, and so there was a 6-week period where didn't feel so good about the project from July until September. And then we reached a point about October, November, where there was some cost associated with wanting to do a project called weatherization. I don't know if you, in a couple of the photos there was basically some big plastic sheeting that
Yeah.
goes over all of the ditches and all of the trenches that were put in. But what we've just continued to find is that throughout the construction process, we continue to hit benchmarks. We continue to go step by step and hit our benchmarks and the work that we're doing. And then obviously, we're accountable to bring progress reports to the board, and part of it is just kind of looking up and seeing the school develop month after month, and as we approach the next phase of construction, which is finishing all the casework, finishing all the interior drywall, finishing all of the exterior work, and we're gonna get to all of the masonry work, the egress and ingress, and then the ball fields, the playgrounds, and all of that as well.
So the food service component, I know because it was designed to be a part of the multi-purpose room, that can't happen right now. But were we looking at options for the meantime, provide, can you do like a portable just to do food service, or are we going to go as far as converting a classroom right now and then having to spend money reconverting it back to a classroom, versus getting a portable or doing something temporary for food service instead of really going that far in depth into the structural piece of a building versus something temporary? What do
You
think?
just hit on a bunch of different things, Leslie. Part of it is, right now, we know we don't have a multi-purpose room, that's a given. There's an argument to be made for having it be in a classroom, because the cost of converting a classroom, it's a pretty minimal cost for the type of prep work that has to be done. At the same time, putting a portable, that's somewhat less ideal when you build a new facility, especially because you're kind of irreversibly changing the physical look of it, the ground. You actually, you're setting down something pretty heavy onto your asphalt or your concrete, so that's gonna always leave a mark. But I think our process is to talk about that in August and September, because we're not there yet. But we know that that's something we have to make some decisions.
Okay.
We're still working on that, we're still trying to figure out the right step for it. I would just wanna be sure that we don't add a portable in a way that's going to obscure the look of the school when we have a classroom that can be converted. And of course, like you said, there's a cost, but there's also a big cost for portables. So either way, we're incurring some cost in the process.
Don't want to park old school buses there or anything like that, right? Let's put them in back.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah, cause I mean, I know the food service program,
Wrong
since
with
we
the
were,
taco truck. I know.
just to see what that
I
was
thought I
like
would've loved
as a
that as a
sample
kid.
to, for a school that needs to expand on food service, how can we do it in a, what's the word, aesthetic way, without taking away from, the beauty of the school, but still be able to provide something. Where Anne needs to keep her refrigeration and all that, cause I know she's started to do that at other schools in certain pockets of the school, but, it's not ideal, some of the areas, so it's just looking at seeing what you're able to do there. Okay.
Item 12F, report on 2019-20, it should say 2021, so I apologize, it's a report in 2019-2020 on 2021 cash flow. So I
Okay, so
apologize.
that's where I was confused,
Yeah,
cause I'm like,
sorry
wait.
for the language on there, put in or instead of on, but what we're basically showing the school board is we're showing the school board the explanation of how much cash is on hand, what we predict and expect our apportionment to be month by month, and how that balances with what we expect to be our expenses month by month. So what you'll notice as we go along the top, you'll notice that the beginning cash starts at $10.4 million. And each month, there's a pretty substantial change in that cash amount, leading us to a rough November/December because of what happens during that time. You know, in a district, our staffing costs in July are very low because many employees are 11-month employees. So that means the pay does not take as big a hit in that month of July.
Because it's been deferred.
So it's, you push it out, you average it through all of the months, right? But the other thing that happens is you'll start to see in there the impact of what happens when you don't have property tax come in and what happens when you do. So look in the month of December in our receipts,
Mhm.
an $8.8 million check we get in December. That causes our cash flow to greatly increase, but then it's slowly pulled away. At the very bottom of this spreadsheet, what I'm showing the school board is what is our capitals facilities ending cash right now. We are going into next year with a $9.002 million fund for capital facilities. A couple of weeks ago, the board approved a resolution to allow an inter-fund transfer between this fund and our general fund. So what you'll notice is each month we've predicted an increase in that capital facilities fund because we receive on average somewhere between $120,000 and $200,000 more from developer fees that go into this fund. So with the combination of the developer fees coming in, on average, we used a statistical model to increase that and push it forward. We're always balancing that against how much is actual cash on hand. So the month where we may need to do the interfund borrowing is December 21.
Yeah.
So why does it go to, on June 2021, why did it go down so much?
That's we left out a zero, so
Okay,
I apologize.
like,
It should be 10, 0,
Okay.
so, thank you for pointing that
Yeah,
out.
I was like,
Thank
Where's
you for
that
pointing
at,
that out.
Carmen?
The
It's the
last,
bottom right,
I'm like, oh my god, it drops
the
big
very
time.
bottom.
Yeah.
It goes from 10 million to 1
understand.
million. I wanna
Okay, so-
assure the board
Okay.
it goes in that positive direction.
right, okay, we got it.
So of course, this is a, you know, it's something that we have there, but it's something that we would only utilize if we needed to. And we're, as you know, we're managing our books every month. We're taking very close accounting for how much is in our receivables and how much is out.
So, but I think, I thought we were gonna look at what we were
Yeah.
doing this year, not projecting out, so we could see a pattern for this year where our, you know, revenues and expenditures have been and cycling month through month, because for me, I'm not sure really what, I don't know that this is helping me.
Yeah, no, it's not,
it's.
I mean, it's helpful, but, you know, the high school had a great example. And I thought we were also gonna see our reserves as a percentage of our, you know, expenditure, so we can just see that whole big picture. I have a problem with, we've never received our tax money in December, have we? It's always in January, February. And the same with, we've never received it in April, that's when it's due.
Right.
So, doesn't that blow this up? So, I mean,
I do wanna-
put a
I
couple
do
of
wanna-
issues out there.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do wanna explain to the board, part of what we did in preparing our document was we did evaluate the cash flow analysis that were presented publicly by other school districts in this county. So the very same predictions that you see in our model are evident in those models, and you can pull those down. They're all public documents, but I just wanna make sure the board understands. I can provide that to you at our next meeting, and I apologize that this isn't what the board was looking for. I understood at the time that the board was asking for some explanation of how and when we might need to borrow from those other funds to cover a shortfall in cash. Looking at our cash flow for this year, we can absolutely provide that to you.
We need that. I mean, that's again, it's one of our core responsibilities, because if we go to hell in a handbasket and we're looking at a bankrupt district, I mean, it's possible, we're looking at it right now, you know, that's on us. So having an understanding, you know, of this, and remember, I mean, we only got one comment in the past 3 months, it seems like, or 3 board meetings, but remember, we're borrowing from money that was meant for
For the
building the
bonds.
school and things like that, and it isn't to be taken lightly. I mean,
Well, there was that one comment that she was
yeah,
not happy about that.
yeah, and that resonated very well with me, because
That's true.
but again, and also, just keep in mind, I don't want, if we can avoid it, I don't wanna be under too much scrutiny from, or additional scrutiny from any other entity. I want us to be the chief.
Years.
I don't want the county, or I don't want the state, I don't wanna be qualified if we can help it. I wanna be a healthy company, or a healthy school district, even though we are in these uncertain times, but
But
Because
did
this
you
just
say
doesn't-
you'd rather use our money than go to the county though?
well, first of all, even if, here's what I don't know, if we borrow money from our fund, does that introduce any additional scrutinization, oversight, whatever, from our, you know, our first line of regulation is the County Office of Education, and then, you know, would be the
We
state.
have our oversight
you know,
committee as well.
Money never comes for free, even if it's your own, right? So I'd rather be on top of it and know so that we can make better budget decisions. And then again, I get suspect when I see that 8.8 million coming in December.
Mhm.
Have we ever received tax money in December? Because I know from my colleagues out there who actually depend on that, they're, because I get copied on their emails, Joe Paul, when are we gonna get our money?
Right,
You know, and it's
Right.
never
On
when we
time.
expect it.
And what you pointed out in terms of the April receipts, we haven't received our April apportionment as well.
right,
So we're aware that they're,
Yeah.
but when they are due is December and April. Now, if you ask me when we received money this year, I can tell you when we received money this year. But that isn't gonna tell you anything about next year. What this does is this tells you how we are budgeting for next year. So I can give you both, so that you as a board have the information to understand, well, this model makes sense because it's based on the flow of funding that we saw last year and we saw the year before. I think what I'm hearing from you, and I wanna make sure that I don't misinterpret. At our next school board meeting, you will receive a 155-page thorough, complete budget proposal that will have all of the district's long-term liabilities, meaning that 3-year liability, that will have the district's revenues for 3 years, and that will have the district's ending fund balance for each of the 3 years.
For future or past?
For the next 3 years, it will not relate to the year we just finished. But what I wanna make sure the board understands is that is going to heavily change depending on what happens on Monday.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
If we get a budget
say.
on Monday
Exactly.
that
There's
says,
too many question marks here. You
Right.
can't
You
give
get
out
a- I
a
agree.
55 page.
but the good thing
No.
about having this cash flow discussion is for the board to see how, in a way, how volatile cash flow
Yeah.
throughout the year can be. And why those deferrals are such a risk, and why the interfund borrowing is so essential or so vital, and what trustee Bernowski said about even when it's your money, it's not free, he's right about that, you'll forfeit some of the gains on interest.
Right.
That if you borrow that money in addition, you know, you can't keep going back to that well over and over. So there's a risk on both sides.
May I say something? I think what I'm feeling right now, and is that we kind of need to look at where we're at as if it was the unaudited actuals. We need to see, you know, where are we really? You know, how much money do we
How
have?
much money do we have?
And that's what you get in the unaudited actuals. So is there a way that on the June 23rd, in the budget part, that you actually give us a document that will tell us where we're at?
We can't produce an unaudited actuals in June.
I understand, I said a document like that, where we actually know what we have. Something that just says, okay, this is how much we,
'Cause we know how
this is how much our reserves are. You know, what do we have, this is our reserves, and, this is what we're gonna start, July with.
Well, I'd even like to add, can we see how much we spent since February and compare it also to last year? For me, I'm still trying to understand like the cost this COVID thing had on us, and then how much it's gonna continue to cost.
Because I'll tell you, what makes me suspicious about this is, aside from the big filing you have, is just looking at this at the top level. If you look under the July 2021 column and you see that general fund ending cash is 10,187,094. So that should equal the beginning cash at the top of August 2021,
Yes.
right?
None of those figures match.
Right, so, you know, I think this schedule needs to be cleaned up, you know, first, but what Jan is asking for is exactly what my expectation was, including with what the high school
It should
used.
carry into the top of the next month.
Yeah,
The
because,
balance should be equal to what you see at the top of the beginning balance of each month.
Well, I
From
also
what
am
you see at the
asking,
bottom.
right, but I'm also asking, if we're gonna ask, cuts in salary for our labor partners, we need to be upfront with what we have.
Yeah.
That's only fair.
I wanna, you know, because board members have said quite a bit, so I wanna make sure that I'm clear. What we're talking about are two different things. We're talking about, well, multiple different things, but one thing we're talking about is how much cash is on hand. So, using the system that we have, using the information that we have, using the models that we use, our QSS system, our budgeting system, the current cash on hand is $10.4 million. That is the current cash on hand. What we attempted to do with this projection, because this is absolutely a projection, this could change.
Sure.
We attempted to project what the following 12 months might look like, assuming disbursements came at the time that they're supposed to come, even though we receive taxes even though in this year it's June 9th and we still haven't received our April taxes. The schedule is for us to receive them in April, so we've put them in April because we can't project that we'll get them next June. Now, will we get them next June? It's possible. It's possible that is delayed again until next June. But I wanna clarify, if it's about this year's budget, we can also pull that information. But what that won't tell us is what is next year going to be like, unless we have an absolutely clear budget from the governor and from the legislature that says, this is the new formula that you have, this is how much money you
Right.
have. So even if we were to go into next year with a $10.4 million cash on hand, it could greatly be impacted the very next 90 days by a deferral, or greatly be impacted by a reduction in the base funding that, if, for instance, Governor Newsom's plan were to be implemented, a 10% reduction, that's right off the bat, that's a
Right.
huge loss.
How much is that,
for-
10%?
Well, 7 point such and such and 2.
And the lack of the code.
But what we know for sure, going now, even with our cuts, we know for sure what our expenses are gonna be. What we're not certain is what our revenues are gonna be, depending on what happens at the state level. So that's the question mark, but based on the cuts we've done, is that what she based her projections on as far as expenditures, but I don't see a line for COVID expenditures that we know are gonna be a huge part of our expenses. Is that somewhere here outlined or included in one of these figures that we can project every month we're gonna be spending más o menos, you know, this amount to implement cleaning, you know, all these other things, cause I don't know if it's part of it or not, or what's included in our expenditures is basically what I'm asking.
It's not part of it now, and let me explain why. If we include the cost of COVID-related expenditures, I'll use soap and hand sanitizer as just two simple examples. You are talking about tens of thousands of dollars in costs that is very likely in 4 weeks, we get a response from FEMA that says you're 75% reduction in the cost of that. The cost that we currently have today for preventative COVID, what we believe are preventative COVID-related expenses is in excess of $400,000 just today. In addition to that, if that is a reduced 75% cost, then we're walking into 100 and change. If we plug in $400,000 in expenses, we run into the issue that Jan is bringing up of being perceived to not be straightforward with our bargaining partners, saying, well, you plugged in an expense that you didn't, you know, you could have waited 2 weeks and you would have known. But now, when we adopt the budget, we will absolutely put costs in there, such as COVID-related costs. But we also haven't received our COVID-related funding. So once that comes in, it'll balance out the COVID-related costs. To what extent, we're not sure, because we haven't received the money and we haven't been told that we're gonna get the discount.
But we have to plan for, you know, the worst, or at least we can't ignore the worst, the possibility of it. And I think our bargaining units could understand, these are unprecedented times, but again, the risk of us going bankrupt should be enough to you know, put them off. Because again, if we borrow money from the capital facilities ending cash fund, and I don't know what our limit is on that, but we can't pay it back within the 120 days or whatever the prescribed period is. One is 120 days, and then there's some exclusion for, or then it's within the same fiscal year. I mean, we are really up, you know what, creek, with not only the taxpayers that are paying this, but probably from a bondholder point of view. So, yeah, I'd rather know and plan. I mean, that's my personal preference than to pretend.
Well, I think that's
we're
part
waiting
of
for the
this,
sky.
that's the frustration of this COVID crisis, is that we can't plan. Because we don't know what our enrollment's gonna be,
We don't know what's gonna happen in
Well,
September.
you know,
Right, I mean, it's just, that's the
Also-
frustration.
If it is the catastrophic, if we plan for the absolute worst,
It's,
there's no district that can pay for that.
That's
They'll
what
all
I'm
go under.
wondering. How are they gonna
I
do it?
guarantee you that. When you're talking about a $20 million reduction in a budget that, what do we get, like $50-60 million?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But
You
that's 3
can't
years out.
make those cuts.
That's 2 years out. I'm talking about this coming year. And, you know, so, I mean,
But there's
again,
still nebulous things there too. We don't know. There's too many question marks.
but
If
again, you
you
know,
want him to plan for the absolute worst, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying, if it's the absolute worst, I don't even know how we make it through this year, is what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
We can't.
Well-
We have to have a certain amount of money coming in. And
Right,
if
so-
they do what they say they're going to do, it'd be like LA. Okay, fine, you're gonna do that, we're not opening.
Steve, during economic recessions, I don't exactly go out and buy a new car, I buy another house.
I'm
or
not saying
something
we're
like
buying
that.
anything new
Okay,
here, but we
but-
do have expenses, the COVID expenses, what'd you say, $400,000 possible?
Up to now, and it could.
Having high quality information is what we need, and I don't feel that we, you know, we have enough here. And I'm suspect about, you know, the schedule here, that can be cleaned up pretty easily, but I think we need that high quality information.
Well, I think that,
But hold on, what I wanna do is, I want you to ask me I want you to be clear about what you're asking for. What you're seeing in front of you has been presented in almost an identical format in this county, in other districts, with the exact same. We specifically looked around our other partner districts to see the kind of analyses that were out there, so that it was presented in a way that was,
Uniform.
uniform to what other districts were providing. So that's what this is. This is a cash flow analysis that my understanding last week was to project out, or 2 weeks ago was to project out over the next 12 months because of the concern of having to borrow. If what you're asking for is our cash flow analysis for the last 12 months, I can get that to you. I can absolutely provide that to the board. But what we're gonna adopt at our next school board meeting in 2 weeks is a budget for next year, not a budget for last year.
Right.
right,
So I need to know if you're asking me to give you both, because I can give you both. I
But
can-
what, will that be even helpful if
It's
we had?
your decision. I'm happy to put the work in with the business department to put that together. But the other issue is, as you know, it takes time to close the books. The unaudited actuals are approved annually in late September
Yeah.
or October.
we know, yeah.
So if what you're asking is for that to somehow happen in June,
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no,
we
no,
can do
no,
that. But if you're asking for a cash flow analysis for the last month, we can do that. Or for the last 12 months, we can do that.
And the other, well, but remember, I mean, I distinctly remember, and the reserves as a percentage of our budget, you know, that one schedule that it's always the last one in the, you know, in the budget numbers that we get, because that's, you know, again, 3 years out, that's very useful. And just to make sure, just to remind you guys, I mean, the first 2 years of my boardship here was fighting to get what our actual cash balances were, because we didn't know what our developer fee accounts were, and it turned out there was a bunch of stuff missing from there. We sued the county over it, remember? And
Did you get those eventually?
we settled with them, yes.
A number?
And we changed our procedures,
Practices, yeah.
and we didn't know what our actual cash balances were. We got $1.1 million and stuff. So this is very frustrating. I thought that this would have been a lot.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, I got it.
Let me add one more thing. So I wanna make also the board, because this is a huge takeaway for the board tonight. So the model that we're presenting in terms of the expected revenue, the apportionments, is based on the idea of having X amount of dollars less. That's 7-point-some odd percent that adds up to 10%. So
That's reflected
in our current modeling, we are using that. If it changes
It's
on
here.
Monday, I will suggest that change to the board. Now, I will also ask the board to adopt a budget in 2 weeks that includes reductions in costs. Because if we're going to have a negative 10% this year, a negative 10% next year, and a negative 5 or 10% that third year, I can't in good conscience give you a budget that keeps all of our expenses the same. You will see a budget that says expenses in year one at such and such million, expenses in the second year go down. Expenses in the third year go down, because I have to present a budget to the board that keeps you fiscally solvent. Now, will everybody cheer and be happy about that? No.
Nobody will.
Because it means we'll have to make reductions. Which reductions? As you recall, this board approved a resolution 2 weeks ago to allow the district to bargain in good faith regarding salary, benefits, days, hours, positions, a
Everything.
laundry list of potential cuts.
When would that happen?
Over
That's
summer.
happening.
Over
Over
the
the summer.
Yeah.
every
I mean,
time
it's a
building.
process.
Negotiations.
It's a
Exactly.
negotiations process, but that's why we passed that resolution 2 weeks ago. That's why we're preparing a budget in 2 weeks that's gonna have significant reductions in costs. But it would have been really nice if our government could have told us
Yeah.
last week or 2 weeks
Right.
ago what our true budget was going to be.
Yeah.
The fact that the legislature's proposal is so different from the governor's proposal made it a lot harder for districts. So basically what we're doing, just so you know, is we have 2 proposals. We have to have two plans. Once we find out next Monday, we'll go head first into planning on the budget side of whichever proposal shakes out and gets signed.
So Diego, one question I had, cause I just want, I just wanna get the answer, but you said right now here today, we have 10.4 million. But any day, we might get another 8 million from the county when they post?
So let me take you through that. So in our current modeling, in our programming, our QSS program, and of course the board is aware, we do have a new director of business, so this is all for Lisa's, she's all working through this herself as well. According to our system, our model, our current cash on hand is 10.4 million. We do expect to receive additional property tax revenue. We don't know the amount, we'll find out. That will come to us at some point in time. And if and when that were to come, my understanding is that it would change the model that you see.
Because it's another $8 million or 8 million.
That's
Yeah,
significant.
change,
Yeah, something doesn't,
Who's sitting on the interest on this $8 million?
I don't think you're gonna get it.
I mean, in
The
other
money
words,
that's owed to you, what she's saying is we haven't got it. Are they going to pay us interest on the 8 million
Yeah,
for
right.
the time?
Yeah,
I assume that's what you're saying.
I'm saying, is the county getting interest on this $8 million?
I don't know
Ask
the
Joe
answer to
Paul.
that question.
yeah. Overall, the county invests our excess funds
Yeah.
in
That's right,
AAA,
right,
you know,
right.
In fact, we typically, once a year, we get a statement,
We do.
from the county tax collector.
Yeah.
Or at least we used to,
Yeah.
I think by law, they have to give it to us.
Yeah.
And it shows our 10 point whatever million is invested in American Express corporate
Yeah, but
bonds.
who
And-
gets the interest?
What's that?
Who gets the interest?
So we
should.
we earn the interest on funds that they've invested for us.
Yeah.
Them holding on to our funds,
This long?
yeah,
I don't know that it
it'd be interesting to
Yeah.
make that claim.
Well, I think that there's something to be said here, because that's a lot of money
That's
to
a
be
lot of
holding
money.
money, and we're not,
We don't
we
have
have
money.
no
It
use
behooves
in
them
that.
not to pay us, as long as they
So
get away
if
with
you
it.
will allow me, I will call Joe Gonzalez or not Mary.
No, I will allow our superintendent to do that. That's his job,
I'm happy to do it. I'll make
but this is
Do you
not
know
right.
Joe Paul?
I do,
Okay.
I'll make the call.
That'd be, yeah, I'd like to know that myself, because honestly, the way that's set up, it sounds to me like it actually behooves the county
To hold on.
to hold it. And if they are just holding it, why? What are they,
Why?
why haven't we gotten the money yet?
Why?
I mean, there should be a reason for that,
And how long can they legally hold it?
yeah, 6 months, a year?
What's the deal?
Not receiving the funding until June 9th is somewhat unusual. It's definitely something that multiple school districts are worried about and following through on and reaching out to the county.
Well,
Has the county given some type of pass for property taxes to where they're not collecting them? I haven't read anything about that.
So,
So they must be
we
getting
all had to pay our
money.
taxes, property
They delayed it
taxes,
till July 15th, I think.
That's
Okay.
why, that's
Maybe
probably
that's why you
why,
have
for our
got it.
property taxes, the ones in April,
Yeah,
they delayed it.
if you pay it, but if it's part of your mortgage,
Yeah,
it was already out,
Right.
paid.
yeah, well, most people,
So they're holding it on because they're holding it until July 15th, so schools are.
Maybe.
Well, that's what your phone call should tell us.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Look, I'm just telling
I'm
you, historically, they always take months to post it. That's why, that's a hard time I have with this is,
They
because I
normally
have friends
delay.
who are on other school boards and they live or die by this.
Yeah.
How long do they take normally?
Months. I mean, I don't know, I'd have to go back, I was just looking through my emails. And I know they predicted for this one, I see the email going through and we're being told, or he was being told, this other board member, May 18th would be the day. And of course, they haven't received it yet, we haven't received it, so.
Yeah.
But I do have to say, but Diego is starting with that, 10.4, something doesn't sound right unless they're including the 8.8 in that.
And that's
figure.
possible, and I don't wanna, obviously, I would normally have my whole team here and I would have Lisa here with you all, so
Right,
this is my conversation with her today, my work with her today, my work with her over the last couple of weeks to arrive at this, so I do wanna qualify that and say when Lisa's able to attend in person, and she'll definitely be here, and she'll absolutely present in person to the board, for the
On the
budget, so there's
23rd.
no miscommunication, at that point.
Maybe if we had the last 6 months.
I think there's a lot of questions that need to be
Yeah,
answered.
there's still things that kind of,
Cause then we find out where that 8 million is or not.
Well, it's a lot of money.
That's all.
No,
I
because
don't-
we received our December tax revenue later in December, and we've yet to receive our April,
and it's
tax.
true.
And it's June 9th,
Wow.
and the budget year ends in 21 days, so.
Yeah.
And by the way, I wanna give you this allowance for the board, is if it's possible, because of the way the school accounting systems work, that we can't do that cash flow analysis like historically, I mean, it might just be possible, because my friend that's on another school board, they do double accounting, because they can't get the reports out of the system that they want on a timely basis, so they actually use QuickBooks so their board can see things,
Oh.
more real time. We're not there,
Yeah.
but,
There's
I just,
Yeah, you can do it with the smaller budget, ours is the
So
biggest in
anyway,
accounting, so.
but knowing what our actual cash balance is, that should be
Yeah.
very cool.
A little harder with this
We'll
one,
work on that.
sorry.
Is there
Sorry.
anything more you wanna present on that, Diego?
Nothing more, thank you.
Elizabeth, trustee Martinez, do you have any future agenda items?
I think I just had that still, the city.
Budget.
The city contract, and I know Erin is swamped, it just, for me, I know we were supposed to have a building put our rancho, and we had the design and the whole thing, and I just wanna know before it falls through the cracks, and for you guys who are still here to kinda see that through, and what happened to it, or where we are with that whole bit, cause it was part of the new revised contract with the city, and they were gonna follow through, but again, with cuts, but it was part of the development, tied into the development across the street. So, and then the developers pay somehow for that, but it'd be nice to know kind of where we are with that one.
Snack bar or representatives?
Carla?
Yeah, I think, once we have a better idea of the budget, if we could talk about the after-school programs and are they gonna work, how are they gonna work, what do we need to do? And then I think in light of, none of us have talked about it yet, but I think it's to name the Black Lives Matter movement going on in the country, and how there was about, they said close to 1,000 people that marched in our small town of Hollister, which I was just shocked by. Even though we don't have a lot of African Americans that live in Hollister, I think it's important that we recognize and appreciate, the Black Lives Matter movement. And if there's a way for us to talk about some kind of resolution or some kind of statement. I know I have friends that are in San Jose that are on school boards and city council, and they're working on, resolutions, and I have a friend in Salinas, he's doing the same, and so how do we, even though we don't have a lot of African Americans,
Really doesn't matter,
but doesn't matter, right?
no,
So,
Even if we really have
because-
one,
and we do, we have,
no, we have to see, cause when it says, Black Lives Matter, if you're an English teacher, you take that all out, it's all lives.
well, actually, they don't like that
So,
phrase, but.
not discuss it,
yeah.
it's
I
not
understand, but what I'm
agendized
trying
right now.
to say is that we
We
need
can
to
discuss it
change,
when it's on the agenda.
We can put it on the agenda to discuss.
Yeah.
but you understand.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we could at some point talk about that.
Mr. King?
You're talking about resolutions. I'm wondering if we can't do something about sending a resolution to Washington, DC. And let them know how important schools are and that we need help.
I'll try again.
We're not going to be ignored. You want schools to start? Hey, you're the only guys that can print money. And it'd be a lot easier for us if we had a little assistance, maybe more than a little. So I'd like to talk about that.
I'll try again. I tried before and became too political. I will try to
Okay.
tone it down. I want to talk about Hollister Prep.
Oh.
I'm really concerned about what they're doing in regards to this.
What are they doing?
We don't know. And I think as the proprietor of the property, we should know what their plans are. They should be giving us detailed plans. We have every right to know. And we need to give them some kind of a deadline. I think they need to let us know what's going on. Because we have to make plans for our children. And, I don't mean to be harsh about it, but, I think they have an equal responsibility to be as, forthright in planning as we are. Because we share campus. So I would like to,
We share students and families, they're still our students.
that's right, and I would like to see what's going on.
And I'm not sure in those bylaws that there is something of an agreement that they are to still provide our board since we're the school of record or the police
Right.
district, the authorizee.
Well, Jan had it right. We are the proprietor of the property. We have a right for them to be able to show that they're doing things safely.
And I'll coordinate with that.
Because we could be
I hadn't
brought
even thought
into
about
a
that.
lawsuit if they did it.
Right. Like, let's say they bring everybody back.
I don't know.
Hey, let's put it on the agenda and discuss it.
Hey, right.
Yeah, the agenda.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. So my request for future agenda items would include cash flow analysis and other than that, I'm fine, so. Announcements, I'll start with myself. I just got a text from an interested party who is part of another school district and their money from the county posted today,
Oh.
Interesting.
yes.
We'll have to look into that.
So, I also got a text message here from one of our elected leaders who's in Washington. And they said a package out of the Senate for state and local funding looks positive since it's a bipartisan issue across the nation. This is the priority in our negotiations in Senate. And then there's some caveats, can't say it's going to happen, but that's some.
So that's the
good
Heroes
positive.
package, that's the Heroes package.
Who's that?
An elected official at the federal level who's a friend in Cal, that represents California.
It's
So,
good,
yeah,
bipartisan is important.
oh yeah,
Especially.
I personally think it will because of that, but,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not at that level. So that is my only announcement, except I would encourage you, if you haven't, go ahead and sign up for the capital advisory, just
That's
because.
on the 25th.
Fifth, yeah, it's by Zoom.
Where do
Who
we
sent
sign
us
up?
that?
Jack O'Connell sent you a email today,
I
and if not, Diego can send you the link.
You can forward it all to us.
Yeah, I didn't get one, so.
Yep, neither did I.
Yeah, it's okay, maybe because I've been emailing you, but it's the thing that we're always invited to every year, usually in person. Jan, any announcements?
Announcements, no.
Mr. King?
The golf, teachers golf tournament, or school golf tournament was a big success. I was surprised how many people showed up. Technically, we won, the DO won, even without our leader, who didn't even show up until the 8th hole.
He was busy working?
And we still won anyway.
Don't forget, I did hit that last one. It was a 14-footer. And you know what, it was cold.
So that being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting at 9:18 PM.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
So Steve, we didn't talk about mansion, so you wanna do